Hello everyone, how are you? I hope my mic sounds clear. Let me actually test. I need to make sure my mic sounds clear enough. Hang on, let me check stream. Hello everyone, how are you? I hope my mic sounds clear. Let me actually test. Yeah, that sounds pretty clear. Let's flop over to. Just give me a sec. I might pop over onto here. Actually, no, this will be fine. We'll just go here. How are we doing, chat? How's your day going? How's your New Year's? Might pop over. Hello, Birdo. How are you? Well, we'll start at 6. We'll start at 6 o'clock. We'll start at 6. I got a lot of players today, man. Look at all the Adelaide players alone. Your New Year's will be great next year. That's good. 2 people in, by the way. Might put this. Is there a better? No, this will do. So basically, I'll probably go over every single 10 years, and then I'll check chat, and then yeah, you get the idea. All right. I might actually run and go grab a drink, so I'll be right back. Okay, I got a glass of water, and I'm ready to go. OG though. Huh? What? Or the Lego collection. Yeah, nice. We'll get into it now. We got a long way to go. So let me bring my mic a bit closer. Brantley Fell, Daryl Hart, Eddie Hocking, Rod Jameson, Andrew Jarman, John Klug, Scott Lee, Bruce Lindner, Bruce Lindsay, David Marshall, Rodney Maynard, Chris McDermott, Tony McGuinness, Peter McIntyre, Romano Negri, Nigel Smart, Darren Smith, Robbie Thompson, Simon Tregenza, Tom Warhurst, Alan Bartlett, Scott Hodges, Michael Murphy, Bruce Abernethy, Danny Hughes, Stephen Rowe, Mark Bickley, Mark Micken, Clayton Lamb, Matthew Liptuk, David Brown, Sean Tasker, Matthew Kelly, Wayne Wiedemann, Sean Roon, Andrew Hayes, Paul Patterson, Ben Hart, Anthony Ingerson, Randall Bone, Tony Modra, Jonathan Ross, Stephen Schwert, Brendan Sanderson, Adam Saliba, David Pittman, Paul Rovery, Greg Anderson, Chris Groom, Matthew Robran, Mark Rashudo, Mark Visca, Matthew Powell, Stuart Wigney, Tony Hall, Brett Chalmers, Shane Tongeri, Sean Wellman, Peter Turner, Josh Mayle, Matthew Kluzek, Martin McKinnon, Nick Pesh, Matthew Connell, Jason McCartney, Andrew McLeod, Tyson Edwards, Troy Bond, Peter Caven, Shane Ellen, Darren Jarman, Kim Costa, Matthew Collins, Kane Johnson, Peter Vardy, Ashley Fernie, Simon Goodwin, Brett James, Aaron Keating, Chad Rintall, Barry Stanfield, Brent Williams, Tim Cook, Trent Ormond Allen, Tom Gilligan, Clay Sampson, Nathan Bassett, Lance Picoane, Mark Stevens, James Thiessen, Andrew Eccles, Ian Downsborough, Sujai Cook, Ian Perry, Ben Marsh, Lyndon Stevens, Brody Atkinson, Brett Burton, David Gallagher, Lucas Herbert, Brian Binke, Daryl Wintle, Matthew Golding, Tyson Stengline, Dean Howard, Ken McGregor. All right, let's check chat. Is it bad that I stayed up till 2? Yeah, probably. Um, yeah, Melbourne, Geelong, and Carlton are gonna suck. Um, gee, I need a drink. I get a drink every 10 years. Um, yeah, if because obviously players have been traded to different clubs if they repeat. I still read them anyways because they're a player for that club. Anyways, moving on to the 2000s. James Byrne, Matthew Clark, Andrew Crowell, Michael Dowdy, Scott Welsh, Justin Chicolella, Robert Shirley, Rhett Biglands, Ricky O'Loughlin, Evan Hewitt, Chris Laddams, Matthew Shire, Hayden Skipworth, Matthew Bode, Stuart Bone, Adam Richardson, James Gallagher, Ryan Fitzgerald, Graham Johncock, Ben Nelson, Daniel Shell, Chris Massey, Martin Matner, Brent Riley, Wayne Carey, Jason Tawney, that's an R and an N. Trent Henschel, Ronnie Burns, James Begley, Ben Rutten, Jacob Schuback, Scott Stevens, Ben Hudson, Luke Jericho, Nathan Bock, Fergus Watts, Scott Thompson, Nathan Van Berlo, Chris Knights, Bernie Vince, Jason Porplesia, Ivan Marich, Richard Douglas, Jonathan Griffin, John Hinge, Bryce Campbell, Nick Gill, John Meeson, David McKay, Brad Symes, Kurt Tippett, Jaron Jackie, James Seller, Andy Otten, Brad Moran, Patrick Dangerfield, Mike Cook, Jared Petrenko, Taylor Walker, Sean McKernan, Brodie Martin, Rory Sloane. We're into the 2000s now. What the Siggy? Yeah, Jesse. Just why not? Brett Burton, I just have a secret family person. Yeah. Yeah, Jesse, this is a very weird stream, I know. This will take a long time. But here we go. Here we go. Tony Armstrong, Will Young, Chris Smith, Phil Davis, Ricky Henderson, Matthew Jansch, Jack Gunston, Brodie Smith, Richard Tambling, Luke Thompson, Matthew Wright, Sam Jacobs, Ian Cullinan, Ian Callanan, Daniel Talia, Adam Riley, Tom Lynch, Sam Kerridge, Sam Shaw, Jared Lyons, Josh Jenkins, Tim McIntyre, Luke Brown, Lewis Johnston, Brad Crouch, Rory Laird, Mitch Grigg, Kyle Hardigan, Eddie Betts, James Podsiadly, Matt Crouch, Charlie Cameron, Cam Ellis Yeoman, Kyle Cheney, Jake Kelly, Jake Lever, Riley Knight, Rory Atkins, Mitch McGovern, Wayne Malira, Paul Seedsman, Riley O'Brien, Curtly Hampton, Troy Menzel, Jordan Gallucci, Hugh Greenwood, Jonathan Brown, Jonathan Brown, Jonathan Beach, Alex Keith, Tom Duday, Darcy Fogarty, Bryce Gibbs, Lachlan Murphy, Miles Polholke, Sam Gibson, Patrick Wilson, Elliot Himmelberg, Chase Jones, Ben Davis, and Tyson Stengel. We move into. Oh, g'day, Cobes. Yeah, sorry, I'm not reading chat until every 10 years, so just keep that in mind. Um, but yeah, g'day. Need another drink. Alrighty, we're about to finish the first team. Here we go. Billy Frampton, Fisher McCassie, Ben Crocker, Ben Keys, Ned McHenry, Will Hamill, Shane McAdam, Andrew McPherson, Kieran Strachan, Harry Schonberg, Lachlan Scholl, Jordan Butts, Sam Berry, Mitch Hinge, James Rowe, Nick Murray, Jackson Haley, Riley Thilthorpe, Ronan O'Connor, Josh Worrell, Luke Pedler, Braden Cook, Lachlan Gollant, Jordan Dawson, Josh Rochelle, Jake Saligo, Patrick Parnell, uh, Tyler Brown, Max Michelini, Isaac Rankin, Luke Nankervis, Mark Keane, James Borlase, Chris Burgess, Daniel Curtin, Billy Dowling, Zach Taylor, Hugh Bond. And I have to do the. I didn't say I'd do the AFLW players, so we're not doing that. Maybe that can be another stream, but for now we're just doing the other ones. That's one team down, everybody. That is one team that we can get rid of. Now we move on to the Brisbane Bears. Yes, they're separate. We got to do all of them. Did I miss Danger? No, I don't think you missed Danger and Walker. Unbranded, hello, I want you to stick around for when I get to the last little bit, alright? I need you to stick around and clip when I finish, because I swear this would be great. Alright, starting 1980s for Brisbane Bears. Peter Banfield, Matthew Campbell, Dale Dixon, Jim Edmond, John Fidge, Brad Hardy, Bernie Harris, Neil Hine, Michael McCarthy, Mark Micken, Cameron O'Brien, David O'Keefe, Brenton Phillips, Jeff Rains, Steve Reynoldson, Mike Richardson, Mark Roberts, Phil Walsh, Chris Waterson, Mark Williams, Darryl Cox, Gary Shaw, Frank Dunnell, Stephen Williams, Mark Buckley, Rick Norman, Tony Beckett, Ben Harris, Peter Smith, Neil Gagan, Rod McPherson, Alan Gifford, Adam Garton, Darren Carlson, Chris Stacey, Craig Evans, Michael Gibson, Ken Judge, Mark Withers, Stuart Glascott, Jamie Dersma, Warwick Kappa, Rodney Eade, Michael Kennedy, Scott McIver, Roger Merritt, Robert Mace, Andrew Taylor, Matthew Simpson, Tom Lynn, Rod Lester Smith, David Bain, John Gastev, Alex Ischenko, Martin Leslie, Simon Hose, Lachlan Sim, Marcus Ashcroft, Chris O'Sullivan, Mark Zanotti. This will go for hours. G'day, sport fam. We're just going to go straight through Brisbane because it's a very short one. Kevin Catton, Brad Edwards, Sean Hart, Brad Rowe, Gavin Keane, Matthew Kennedy, Richard Umbers, Peter Davidson, Jonathan Solomon, David Wern, Bray Windsor, David Cameron, Richard Champion, Troy Clark, Peter Curran, Shane Hamilton, Michael McLean, Jason Miller, David Ogg, Danny Noonan, Matthew Ryan, Lawrence Shackey, Shane Stremple, Peter Worsfold, Craig Potter, Corey Bell, Rob Dixon, Simon Lurs, Matthew Amat, Ian Kidgel, Colin Alexander, John Hutton, Rod Owen, Nigel Palfreeman, Darrell White, Stephen McLucky, Ashley Green, Brendan Retzlaff, Heath Shepherd, Russell Jeffrey, Matthew Rendell, Michael Voss, Adam Kiranaya, Nathan Buckley, Nathan Chapman, Matthew Clark, Adrian Fletcher, Justin Lepich, Fabian Francis, Michael Murphy, Paul Pios, Dion Scott, Paul Spargo, Brendan McCormack, Danny Craven, Martin Hefferman, Damien Burke, John Parker, Brad Pierce, Andrew Buse, Craig Lambert, Gilbert McAdam, Chris Scott, Troy Lehman, Craig Starcevich, Nigel Lappin, Alistair Lynch, Rudy Frigo, Andrew Gowers, Ross Lyon, Craig McRae, Stephen Lawrence, Jason Ackermanis, Shannon Corcoran, Shane Hodges, Trent Bartlett, Brent Green, Danny Dickfoss, Troy Johnson, Tristan Lynch, Clark Keating, Ben Robbins, Daniel Bradshaw. And I think, do we count these? Chat, do we count these? They were listed, but they never played a game. Should we count them? That's a yes or a no. G'day, CJ Coast. What do you guys reckon? Is it a yes or a no? Do we count these players? Even though they never played a game. No, no. Okay, so they have to have played a game. That's good to know. That makes my job easier. That makes my job easier. That's Brisbane Bears done. Now we move on to the Brisbane Lions. Here we go. Still should be fairly short. I'm going to take a quick drink. It really starts hurting your voice a bit, doesn't it? Marcus Ashcroft, Richard Champion, Matthew Clark, Danny Dickfoss, Adrian Fletcher, Andrew Gowers, Sean Hart, Chris Johnson, Clark Keating, Matthew Kennedy, Nigel Lappin, Justin Lepich, Alistair Lynch, Tristan Lynch, Scott McIver, Michael McLean, Jared Malloy, Ben Robbins, Dion Scott, Michael Voss, Darrell White, Scott Bamford, Andrew Buse, Craig Lambert, Jason Ackermanis, Craig McRae, Nathan Chapman, Brett Voss, John Buck, Chris Scott, Nick Carter, Shane Clayton, Brent Green, Daniel Bradshaw, Brad Boyd, Nick Trask, Stephen Lawrence, Trent Bartlett, Simon Black, Brad Scott, Shane O'Brien, Luke Power, Marcus Picken, Bo McDonald, Rory Hilton, Tim Notting, Derek Worth, Adam Hughes, David Calthorpe, Mark McKinnon, Des Headland, Craig Bolton, Stephen Carey, Michael Martin, Shane Rusker, Jonathan Brown, Aaron Shattock, Damien Capito, Trent Noble, Nathan Clark, Mal Michael, Martin Pike, Richard Hadley, Jamie Carman, Robert Copeland, Ashley McGrath, Dylan McLaren, Shane Morrison, Darren Bradshaw, Blake Carosella, Jared Brennan, Luke Weller, Jason Graham, Anthony Corey, Jed Adcock, Daniel Pratt, Joel McDonald, Michael Riscatelli, Troy Selwood, Tom Logan, Daniel Merritt, Jaden Attard, Justin Sherman, Cameron Wood, Matthew Moody, Lane Spanderman, Josh Drummond, Lee Rizwick, Travis Baird, Mitch Clark, Ben Fixter, Scott Harding, Ryan Cooper. I'm gonna go Ran Cooper. Wade Mills, Cheney Stiller, Jason Rowe, Joe Patfull, Marty Pask, Marcus Allen, Colm Begley, Chris Schmidt, Albert Proud, Daniel Zufa, Will Hamill, Matthew Leuenberger, Travis Johnstone, Lockie Henderson, James Polkinghorne, James Hawksley, Tom Collier, Brad Dolezal, Scott Clouston, Pierce Hanley, Daniel Rich, Sam Sheldon, Matt Austin, Aaron Cornelius, Jack Redden, Tom Rockcliffe, Todd Banfield, Amon Buchanan, Brendan Favola, Matt Maguire, Andrew Rains, Ben Staker, Jesse O'Brien, Ryan Harwood, Xavier Clark, Clay Beams, Rowan Buick, Ryan Lester, Brock McCauley, Jared Polek, Bryce Retsolf, Josh Green, Mitch Golby, Patrick Carnezis, Niall McKeever, Josh Dyson, Ben Hudson, Billy Longer, Jack Crisp, Dane Zorko, Elliot Yeo, Stephen Wrigley, Jordan Liesel, Brent Maloney, Stephen Martin, Sam Mays, Sam Doherty, Marco Paparoni, Justin Clark, Sam Michael, James Aish, Lewis Taylor, Michael Close, Trent West, Tom Cutler, Jackson Payne, Nick Robertson, Darcy Gardner, Luke McGuane, Zach O'Brien, Daniel McStay, Jonathan Freeman, Jordan Burke, Dane Beams, Alan Christensen, Jaden McGrath, Mitch Robinson, Harris Andrews, Liam Dawson, Hugh Beasley, Billy Evans, Ryan Bastanak, Tom Bell, Josh Shackey, Josh Walker, Ben Keys, Reese Matheson, Jared Jansen, Eric Hipwood, Matthew Hammelman, Reuben William, Archie Smith, Josh Clayton, Jake Barrett, Jack Frost, Jared Berry, Hugh McCluggage, Cedric Cox, Alex Witherden, Jacob Allison, Sam Skinner, Charlie Cameron, Luke Hodge, Cameron Rayner, Zach Bailey, Oscar McInerney, Matt Eagles, Brandon Starcevich, Jared Lyons, Lincoln McCarthy, Lockie Neal, Noah Answorth, Mitch Hinge, Marcus Adams, Devon Robertson, Callum Archie, Tom Berry, Grant Birchall, Cam Ellis Yeoman, Connor Ballenden, Jack Payne, Tom Fullerton, Kideen Coleman, Joe Danaher, Harry Sharp, Jackson Pryor, James Madden, Nikiah Cockatoo, Darcy Fort, Kyle Lohman, James Tunstall, Carter Michael, Darcy Wilmot, Will Ashcroft, Josh Dunkley, Jack Gunston, Connor McKenna, Dara Joyce, Jasper Fletcher, Logan Morris, Bruce Revel, Shadow Brain, Brandon Ryan, Henry Smith. Oh my god. Berto's off. He's heading off for a bit. I need a drink, man. And we don't count any of these players because they haven't played a game. Jeez, I think I just went all of them at once. Will this tell me? Does this go? Yes, this does go by year. And we do have a long one. We've got Carlton. Oh no. Pray for me, chat. Pray for my voice. Can you still hear me? Jeez, I think I just went all of them at once. Yeah, we do. We do. My mic sounds good. My mic sounds good. I'm gonna have another drink. Alright. This is gonna be a big one, chat. This is the biggest one we've got so far. Alright. 1890s will be quick, so we won't bother. We'll go to 1900. Bill Ahern, Jimmy Atkin, Bob Armstrong, Tom Blake, Otto Buck, Bob Cameron, Bill Casey, Arthur Cummins, Henry Doon, Brooke Hanna, Ted Hefferman, George Johnston, Henry McPetrie, Wally O'Cock, Joe Patton, Jack Reekey, Tom Sweetman, Ernie Walton, Bill Ware, Bill Woodhouse, Sam Chapman, Harry Giles, Harry Howard, Albie Patterson, Peter Williams, Chick Brees, Jim Caffrey, Jim Lyons, Harry H. Morgan, Bobby Walsh, Henry Crane, Jack Frost, Jack Roberts, Oscar Manchester, Bill Patterson, Sam Reed, Herbie Lowenthal, Jim H. Goonan. That sounds so weird now, by the way, Goonan. Billy Arnott, Fred Barlow, Charlie Brown, Len Morrison, Tommy O'Day, Jim Pender, Bill Sharkey, George Ward, Charlie Curtis, Mick Pender, Des Meadowcroft, Dan Pender, Tommy Kinman, Jim Coucher, Alf Moore, Herman Dorman, Mick Donaghy, Bill Churchyard, George Young, Dick Stewart, Les Vernon, Jim Balharry, Pat Considine, Jack Douglas, Harry Allender, Joe Archer, George Cow, Alf Hernsden, Bobadil Hooper, Bill McNamara, Henry McShane, Billy Monagle, Will Stuckey, Bob Bird, Dennis Lanigan, Arthur Thompson, Dick Walker, Artie McSpearin, Harry Lewis, Dick Gorsuch, Bill Collins, Harry Thompson, Harry Evans, Jack Gilbert, Victor Rapp. I'm going to move straight into the 1900s. Alright, Fred Elliott, Bill Lewis, Gerald O'Dwyer, Wally Powell, Harry Rigby, Charlie Rowland, Joe Sullivan, Peter Campbell, Joe Marr, Bill Strickland, Charlie Ross, Charlie Oliver, Ned Bennett, Jim Matthews, Charlie Mapleston, Harry Daniel, Dick Hart, Jim Laureate, Paddy Noonan, Bill Petit, Harry Pye, Charles Raff, Jack Gardner, Jimmy Robertson, Charlie Stewart, George Cornelius, Rhoda McDonald, Harry Powell, Frank Gomez, Charlie Shunk, George McGann, Simon Roberts, Alex Barlow, Frank Field, Bill Dodds, Billy Spears, Jack Todd, Henry Crisfield, Joe McShane, Tom Watson, Jim McFarlane, Archie Snell, George Wickens, Rob Dashwood, Tom Fox, Paddy O'Leary, Charlie Tuff, Chris Ryan, Fred Scott. Hang on, I'm gonna highlight Fred Scott, but I need to update this thing that this is the whole thing that I had. I had a current team, haven't used it. Give me a sec. Just let me edit this, because it's meant to... You know what? We won't worry about that. We won't worry about it. No, I don't want to go into that. No. Right, Fred Scott. Gordon Ross, Jim Opie, Barney Lazarus, Jim Martin, Fred Weber, Herb Hainsworth, George Topping, Andy Dougal, Charlie O'Connor, Wal McKenzie, Pat McNulty, Sam Stivey, Jim Flynn, Arthur Ford, Bob Jacobson, Billy Leeds, Albert Trim, Mick Grace, Billy Orr, George Bruce, Frank Hintz, Matt Crow, Alf Goff, Norm Hogg, Burt Lithgow, Alex Prentice, Jim Marchbank, John T. Stevenson, Jim Cullen, Ted Kennedy, Arthur Ryan, Harry Newbound, Percy Pitt, Henry White, Rube Bradley, Bob Boyle, Jimmy Gaynor, Pat Pelly, Sam Marin, Albert Gourlay, Eddie Prescott, Ernie Ashton, Billy Payne, Charlie Hammond, George Johnson, Jim Kennedy, Burt Park, Edgar Yeomans, Rod McGregor, Bill McVeigh, Alf Sharp, Les Abbott, George McCart, Jim Slater, George Blake, Frank Kane, Fred Hewitt, Norm Clark, Archie McNeil, Albie Engelman, Martin Gotts, Bill Grant, Alex Lang, Dill Gillespie, Doug Gillespie, Alex Johnston, Dick Harris, Jack Grant, Jack Hammond, Les Beck, Fred Jinks, Andy Kennedy, Albert Bickford, Harvey Gibson, Ike Little, William Harry, Charlie Meadway, Bill Hickey, Frank Williams, Vin Gardner, David Gillespie, Harvey Kelly, Horry Pierce, Alf Wheeler, Ernie Kelly, Wally Kuchu, Bill Laver, Bill Carmody, Bill Marchbank, Andy Patterson, Alex Barningham, John Renwick, George Stewart, Jack Backey, Jim Nealon, and Ernie Jameson. I think it's a bit dark. I better turn my light on. That's better. Oh, we got it. We're there. And that was only the 1910. That was only the 1900s. How far in are we? We're half an hour in and we're up to Carlton. So that's like 4 or 5 teams. Not that they had the most people, but let's get on to the 1910s. Sorry, I gotta catch my breath. Tom Clancy, Andy McDonald, Andy O'Donnell, Jack Wells, Bill Goddard, Percy Sheehan, Les Batty, Jimmy Turnilty, Jim Turnilty, Doug Fraser, Charlie Hay, Claude Cornish, Reuben Holland, Jack Bristow, Jack Massey, Tom Kluski, Archie Wilson, Ned Bowen, Brucey Campbell, Tom Harrison, Roy Johnson, Harry Matheson, Charlie Taylor, Les Rowe, Viv Valentine, Herbert Koch, Gordon Green, Billy Dick, Henry Jane, Bert Coley, Tommy Hughes, Fred Marriott, John Gunter, Fen McDonald, George Chalice, Jim Stewart, Frank Triplett, Harry Houghton, Bill Johnson, Alf Williamson, Herman Bartlett, Richard Moran, Jack Lonan, Charles Rawber, Eric Cochran, Paddy Mills, Wally Gibbons, Paddy O'Brien, Alf Bowd, Dave Earsman, Chris Cameron, Bill Rogers, Justin McCarthy, Pat Ryan, Harry Curtis, Athel Sharp, Harold Evans, Frank Hanna, Wally Don, Les Starr, Ted Brown, Percy Dakin, Arthur Harrison, Dan Kelly, Steve Lehane, Jim Willis, George Colwell, Charlie Fisher, Herb Burley, Jack Lowe, Joe Andrew, Bill Cook, Albert Scadden, Stan McKenzie, Jim Morris, Bill Horsch, Joe Shortall, Billy Robinson, Vic Gordon, George Muir, Mick Dunn, Alf Huggett, Georgie White, Charlie Cannett, Ernest Carter, Harry Greaves, Robert White, Frank Rigaldi, Lyle Downs, Willis Hardy, Darcy Lear, Frank Martin, Jack Greenhill, David Crone, Phil McCumiskey, Horry White, Ern Coley, Fred Johnson, Jack Kelly, Leo Tasker, Percy Jackson, Harry Furnell, Jack Woolley, Jim Howe, Bill Closey, Frank Merkovich, Ray Stewart, Bert Borromeo, Newton Chandler, Maury Ewans, Bert Graff, Jack Scobie, Joe Prince, Les Kittle, and Stuart McLatchy. Don't feel bad for me, Berto. This was my idea. This was my idea. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're in the 1920s. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm just going to plug this charger into my laptop just in case it starts to run a bit flat. Oh, hang on. No, it doesn't matter. We can do that later when I can't afford to have my mic on. But for now, I can afford to have my mic on. Let me... Testing. I'll check this. Oh, hang on. No, it doesn't matter. We can do that later when I can't afford to have my mic on. But for now, I can afford to have my mic on. Let me... Testing. I'll check this. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, it's not. It should be. I know that's a bad way to test your mic, but... No, it's working. All good. Let's continue. Roop Hiskins, Vic Truman, Dick Whitman, Horry Clover, Clary Clow, Clary Colwell, Willie Rayleigh, Billy Blackman, Jack Morrissey, Alf Key, Jack Stevenson, Edric Bickford, Johnny Downs, Ted Baker, Vern Wright, Croft McKenzie, Maury Beasy, Alex Duncan, Harry Bell, Harry Morgan, Jim Watson, Harry Toole, Dan Wannell, Frank Murphy, George Bolt, Jim Fraser, Ernie Dingwall, Charlie Greenhill, Eric Humphrey, Frank Pritchard, Alec Farrow, Jimmy Goonan, Johnny Davies, Joe Russell, Graham Kemp, Leo Credlin, Hedley Blackmore, Rowley Forst, Ray Brew, Bob Wilson, Fred Pringle, Ernie Martin, Tom Hart, Garney Goodrick, Les Husband, Pat Kennedy, Roy Dick, Clyde Hill, Charlie Anderson, Ray Harper, Stan Trebilco, Harold Carter, Clary Urin, Ernie McAlpine, Orb Charleston, Jim Robertson, Norm Sexton, Harvey Dunn Sr., Ted Bruce, Victor Davis, Ned Kick, Alan Leach, Harold Rumney, Billy Stone, Jack Vale, Jack Way, Ronnie Byrne, Hope Evans, Bill Coop, Frank Irwin, Gerald O'Halloran, Carl Keller, Charlie McSwan, Percy Outram, Jack Cahill, Frank Donahue, Maury Connell, George Robbins, Harry McPherson, Joe Kelly, Fred March, Harry Valance, Norm Collins, Tom Mullins, George Stiles, Bill Manger, Les Whitto, Jack Williamson, Fred Gilby, George Hocking, Les Johnston, Tom Kennedy, Bill Donald, Frank Seymour, Dinny Kelleher, Jim Shanahan, Maury Johnston, Vin Arthur, Tommy Downs, George Goff, Bill Downey, Frank Mount, Charlie Davey, Alan Skean, Hector Ross, Billy Wood, Harry Davey, Colin Martin, Paul Cameron, Len Crone, Bert Everett, Jim Crow, Alex Doyle, Frank Gill, Aubrey Martin, Charlie Parsons, Jack Green, Noel Peveril, Ernie Shield, Tom Byrne, Jack King, Ansel Clark, Fred Williams, Bill Lever. We're on to the 1930s, baby. I know this is a very boring stream, but Mr. Beast counting to 100,000 must have been boring too, but he was the first person to do it on a stream. I want to be the first person that said every AFL player, AFL, VFL player's name on a stream. What a. This better get me a record. Guinness World Records, call me out. I should be the first person to do this on camera. 1930s. Les Allen, Eric Huxtable, Bill Flynn, Henry Thompson, Ted Pollock, Bruce Sharp, Len Clark, Mickey Crisp, Rex Job, Ern O'Regan, Fred Brooks, Alf Egan, Bernie O'Brien, Frank O'Rourke, George Morrissey, Bill Jones, Jack Kidd, Eric Little, Gordon Mackey, Leo O'Prey, Jack Young, Ralph Green, Frank Walsh, Jim Williamson, Charlie Street, Jim Park, Horry Bullen, Ron Cooper, Keith Shea, Jack Hale, Bob Green, Les Hewson, Jack M. Cooper, Rod Lefanu, Steve Bloomer, Ray Quinn, Ray Harry, Harold Maskell, Albie DeLuca, Bobby Mills, Jack Cashman, Terry Ogden, George Doherty, Frank Finn, Keith Dunn, Jim Francis, Frank Anderson, Wally Mittimer, Dave Arrell, Bernie Treweek, Norm LeBrun, Rod McLean, Cleet Turner, Clen Denning, Don McIntyre, Bert Butler, George Collard, Jack Carney, Clem Neeson, Harry Hollingshead, Mick Price, Gordon Crisp, Bill Culkin, Norm Cashin, Jack Rout, Frank Williams, Fred Ayers, Paul Schmidt, Art Shields, Bob Chitty, Kevin Fox, Pat Farrelly, Monty Brown, Brighton Diggins, Charlie McGuinness, Ken Baxter, Jack McElroy, Ron Savage, Arthur Sanger, Les Watkins, Jack Skinner, Cyril Marin, Jim Jones, Keith Ray. Alright, I'm going to check on Blazer's stream because I feel like doing that, so I'm going to mute you guys up. Just a second. I'm going to make sure you can't hear me. Oh, my audio's doubled up too. I forgot about that. Hang on. That should be better now, but I'm going to mute my mic for a sec. Sorry about that. We're back now. I just realised Blake isn't live yet, otherwise I would check. Alright. Adjust myself. Alright. Here we go. 1940s. Jim Mooring, Jack Bennett, Jack Baven, Ernie Bignell, Gordon Cameron, Bert McTaggart, Dick Chandler, Jim Baird, Lance Regnier, George Bailey, Vin Brown, Harcourt Dowsley, Fred Davies, Bob Atkinson, Wilf Atkinson, George Neal, I think the G silent, Jack Howell, Jim Knight, Arthur Sleeth, Lance Collins, Fred Fitzgibbon, Bob Stanfield, Ollie Grieve, Bert Deacon, Bill Brown, Reg Morgan, Tim Dillon, Ken McLean, Ted Toohill, Neil Tucker, Graham Tudor, Jim Clark, Alan Rayson, Max Wilson, Ron Hines, Ron Boys, Harold McDonald, Ernie Spence, Herb Turner, Alex Way, Bert Lucas, Les McCann, um, Les Martin, Doug Williams, Jack Conley, Les Gregory, Ern Henfrey, Wal Alexander, Hal Hanton, Adrian Hearn, Ken Hopper, Fred Rose, Arthur Hall, Clinton Wines, Frank McGrath, Ken Hands, Don Bovles, Ray Garvey, Richie Green, Len Harris, Jim Clapton, Tom Eldridge, Alex Hanton, Alan Greenshields, Bob Kelsey, Alan Sorrell, Fred Stafford, Jack S. Cooper, Les Carr, Bill Redmond, Alan Streether, Frank Cahill, Arthur Hodgson, Tom Simmons, Max Howe, Basil Hunter, Tom Lehane, Ken Atkin, Jack Hardy, Alan Thine, Jeff Brokenshire, Bernie Baxter, Jim Davies, Frank Bateman. Now, I just lost chat, I just realised, so I got to find chat now, because I got off stream. Read chat, blood. Yeah, sorry, I know. Only in the 1930. G'day, Gus. What team am I on? I'm on Carlton at the moment. I'm gonna quickly make some text because I was gonna do that. Then it was all white. So you get to see Skipper FC make some text. We're just gonna go some plain old text. Current team, Carlton, and then what colour should we go? Because it's not going to go well with white. We're going to go... we'll go blue. Shall we? How does blue look? You know what? Blue's better than nothing. I'm going to go a lighter blue, though. There we go. And then we're going to put an outline over this chat. Up to max, as I like to do. I'm gonna have to update this soon anyway, so we might as well make it the team's colours. Alright. Is that fine? And then I'll have to get rid of this other text. And there we go. Is that better? Let me check on stream. You should be a mod, Gus. Why not? There you go. There you go. Now I just want to check how this looks. Oh, I didn't update. My bad. That's how it looks now. I'm just gonna keep reading now. I've got it up. It should be fixed. What if I did YouTube? We're an hour in, I think. We're nearly an hour in. Yeah, we're nearly an hour in. Gus, what time will it be in 10 seconds? All right. We're going to get into the 1950s. That means we are nearly halfway there. We will be halfway there by the 1960s. Henry Casper, Bruce Comben, Vin English, Kevin Hart, Jack Mills, Harry Demme, Doug Guy, John Brown, Don Calder, Laurie Kerr, Bill Huntington, Harry Sullivan, Doug Beasy, Keith Warburton, Adam Inglis, Harvey Dunn Jr., Johnny Blake, Tom Jones, Bill Milroy, George Stafford, John Schick, Brian Maloney, Ron Robertson, John Spencer, Max Thomas, George Ferry, Graham Gilchrist, Alex Boyle, Jack Hosking, John James, Tony Walsh, Max Wen, Noel Evans, Dick Gill, Ray Martini, Gerald Burke, Ken McCaig, Peter Webster, Peter Bevilacqua, George Ilsley, Graham Kerr, Noel O'Brien, Dennis Zunert, Frank Monroe, Bernie Morin, Kevin O'Brien, Kevin Hunt, Ron Rhodes, Bob Crow, Peter Atkin, John Cheffers, Bob Bizzusto, Dave Browning, Jack Sullivan, Graham Donaldson, Jack Ellis, John Pace, Kevin Bergen, Colin Holt, Leon Berner, Barry Archbold, Barry Beetzel, Kevin Clark, Vic Garra, Keith Robinson, Max Ellis, Don Nichols, Ron O'Dwyer, Kevin Hamilton, Ross Osley, Brian Buckley, Maury Pope, Lee Brereton, John Nichols, Dennis Strauch, Alan White, Bill Arch, Graham McCall, Chris Pavlo, John Bernetti, Len Cottrell, John Heathcote, Kevin Ryan, Sergio Silvani, Don Hall, Peter Barry, Berkeley Cox, Bill Armstrong, John F. Stevenson, Bruce Williams, John Williams, Don Rainsford, John O'Keefe, Maury Sankey. Alright, so just to be clear, I'm not going to read chat while I'm reading names. I'm only going to read chat in between every single 10 years. So, when I think we're halfway there now. Sorry. We'll move straight into the 1960s. Personally, now I might start to see some players that I recognise. But anyways, let's get into 1960. Let's get this over and done with. I don't want to stay on this past 10 o'clock. Des Lyons, Dave McCulloch, Barry Bryant, Barry Smith, Wes Lofts, Max Myers, Vassal Varlamos, Tom Carroll, Ian Collins, Martin Cross, Gordon Collis, Graham Anderson, Murray Kick, Brian Holcomb, Jim Carroll, Peter Falconer, John Gill, Ken Greenwood, John Riley, Bruce McMaster Smith, Henry Ogilvy, Cliff Stewart, John Comben, Greg Hardy, Doug Ringholtz, John Gould, Trevor Best, Kevin Hall, Dave Rogers, Jim Frosty Miller, Barry Gill, Ian Nankervis, Tommy Thiessen, Adrian Gallagher, Jim Playdell, Brian Henderson, Bruce Bentley, Roger Hoggett, Gary Crane, Ron Barassi, Terry Board, John Kemp, Brian Quirk, Jeff Trotman, John Lloyd, Dennis O'Sullivan, Ron Stone, Barry Schmidt, Stan Harrison, Fowler, Maury Fowler, Ian Robertson, Max Thomas, Bill Bennett, Peter McLean, Vin Waite, Gil Lockhart, Ricky McLean, Paul Constance, Bob Lane, Dick Vandenberg, Peter Gilbert, Peter Jones, John Morrison, Ron Alshettle, Alex Jezelenko, Brian Kekovich, Robert Walls, John Leatham, Bob Edmund, Peter Kerr, Dennis Minari, Ken Jungworth, Ian Nickel, Brent Croswell, Peter Smith, Noel Bishop, Ted Hopkins, Neil Chandler, Gordon Casey, Sid Jackson, David Mackay, Bert Thornley, Bruce Dahl, Niall Mewett, Philip Pinnett, Doug Baird, and Barry Armstrong. We're in the 1970s now. You should do this again when you have donos or something. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. Yeah, when I get donos, obviously. I can't get donos yet, but yeah, that's a good idea, Gus. 1970. We're getting progress. We've only got 50. We only got 5 decades to go for Carlton. Crack my knuckles. Get myself ready. All right. Paul Hurst, Brian Walsh, John O'Connell, Trevor Keogh, Andrew Lucas, Mark Amos, Peter Fife, Gary Lawson-Smith, Barry Mulcair, Jeff Southby, John Warden, Bill Barrett, Darryl Gutterson, Peter Hall, Chris Mitchell, Paul O'Brien, Peter Warburton, Greg Kennedy, David Dixon, Rod Austin, Eric Pascoe, Ray Byrne, Rod Ashman, Vin Cataggio, Craig Davis, Lance Stiles, Graham Whitnell. That's my battery. I gotta charge it. So we're gonna unplug my microphone. Can you still hear me? Yeah, you can. Let me see now. Let me see on stream. Can you still hear me? Yeah, it's pretty bad quality, guys, but you would rather hear me still say stuff over the stream dying. Is that no big hole tabs then? That would be a nightmare. But yeah, sorry about that. Lance Stiles, Graham Whitnell, Alex Rusklick, Graham Robertson, Greg Towns, Mark McClure, Alan Mangles, Max O'Halloran, Tony Smith, Mike Fitzpatrick, Russell Olsen, Wayne Deledio, Danny Halloran, Gary Higgins, Rod Galt, Kevin Heath, Tony Pickett, Lee McConnon, Jim Buckley, Peter Brown, Trevor Fletcher, Tony Southcombe, John Tresice, Peter McKenna, Peter Bedford, Jim Canfield, Ken Sheldon, Michael Young, Renato Serafini, Wayne Harms, Warren Jones, Peter McConville, Dennis Collins, Peter Fitzpatrick, Peter Holsall, Peter Francis, Wayne Johnston, Robert Klomp, Alex Marco, and Michael Jez. Now, I want to see how you guys hear that. Oh, no, you hear me just fine. That's fine. 1980s, we're getting close. Phil Malin, Val Perovich, Stephen Buckley, Des England, Greg Wells, Scott Hole, Mario Bortolotto, Peter Bazzusto, Ken Hunter, Dennis Lanigan, David Glascott, Greg Sharp, Robert Dutton, Jeff Hocking, Brendan Hartney, Rowan Burke, Spyro Corcomelis, Rod Waddle, Frank Marchesani, Alan Montgomery, David Clark, Ross Ditchburn, Stephen Easton, Paul Meldrum, Mark Buckley, Rowan Brown, Bruce Reed, Daryl Gilmore, Justin Madden, Shane Robertson, Mark Williams, Andrew Graham, Ricky Nixon, Tom Alvin, Wayne Blackwell, David Honeybun, Fraser Murphy, Warren Ralph, Peter Dean, Ian Muller, Michael Kennedy, Rhett Baines, David Rees-Jones, Brad Shine, Peter Rode, Darren Ogier, Stephen Silvani, Neil Gagan, Michael Atkin, Warren McKenzie, Craig Bradley, John Dorotich, Bernie Evans, Mil Hanna, Peter Kenny, Stephen Kernahan, Peter Motley, Adrian Gleason, Dean Strauch, Mark Nailey, Peter Sartori, Ian Atkin, Richard Dennis, Jamie Dunlop, Michael Gallagher, Mark Majazak, Ian Herman, Stephen Daru, David Kernahan, Jared Butts, Michael Garvey, Philip Porsanidis, Luke Sullivan, Fraser Brown, Glenn Hawker, Andrew McKinnon, Simon Verbeek, Paul Payne, Andrew Phillips, Dominic Fottier, Peter White, Simon Minton Connell, and Ashley Matthews. We're in the 1990s now. I say we just keep powering through, if you ask me. How long have we been streaming for? An hour. We're making pretty good progress, I'd reckon. Alright. Adrian Bassett, Stephen Edgar, Chris Bond, Michael Sexton, Tim Reeneitz, Brett Ratton, Andrew Cavedon, Mark Arcuri, Michael James, Darren Targson, Ange Christou, Mark Athorn, John DeLulio, Ron DeLulio, Paul McCormack, Stephen Oliver, Brett Scholl, Earl Spalding, Matthew Hogg, Rowan Welsh, Greg Williams, Brandon Parker, Anthony Koutafidis, Brent Heaver, Ben Robertson, Andrew Mackay, Scott Spalding, Tim Powell, Jeremy Smith, Troy Bond, James Cook, Barry Mitchell, Tom Lynn, Adrian Whitehead, Dean Rice, Peter Green, Brad Pierce, Matthew Allen, Scott Camporelli, Matt Clappe, Simon Beaumont, Glenn Manton, Ben Harrison, Adrian Hickmott, Justin Murphy, Ben Sexton, Craig Devonport, Aaron Hamill, Peter Turner, Mark McGuane, Lance Whitnell, Adam White, Andrew Balkwell, Ben Nelson, Jacob Anstey, Darren Holm, Mark Porter, Anthony Franchina, Sam Smart, Sean Charles, Damien Locke, Trent Hopner, Damian Lang, Chris Massey, Tony Burke, John Hines, Brett Backwell, Matthew Lappin, Ben Thompson, Heath Colpert, Simon Fletcher, Brendan Favola, and Murray Vance, and we have entered the new decade. We have entered the new century. Hello, Bob Bell. We've actually made it to the new century. We've made it to 2000. Let's keep going. I have no interest in stopping. Alright, Trent Houghton, Michael Mansfield, Stephen O'Reilly, Scott Freeborn, Ryan Houlihan, Andrew Merrington, Adam Chatfield, Jordan Doering, Jim Plunkett, Simon Wiggins, Ian Prendergast, Adam Pickering, Sam Cranage, David Gallagher, Corey McKernan, Trent Spawn, Luke Livingston, Lindsay Smith, Andrew Eccles, Justin Davies, Blake Campbell, Brett Thornton, Callum Beasy, Sean O'Keefe, Barnaby French, Jason McCormick, Jared Waite, Brad Fisher, Mick Martin, Carl Norman, Cade Simpson, Lawrence Angwin, Jordan Bannister, David Clark, Adrian DeLuca, Daniel Harford, Brett Johnson, Stephen Kenner, Digby Morrell, Heath Scotland, David Teague, Nick Stevens, Glenn Boyer, Andrew Walker, Ricky Mott, Andrew McGrath, Adam Bentick, Andrew Carazzo, Eddie Betts, Callum Chambers, Troy Longmuir, Statanta O'Halpin, Chris O'Brien, Jordan Russell, Dylan McLaren, Mark Murphy, Jason Saddington, Josh Kennedy, Luke Blackwell, Jesse Smith, Paul Bauer, Ryan Jackson, Kane Ackland, Cameron Cloak, Bryce Gibbs, Joe Anderson, Ross Young, Adam Hartlett, Sean Grigg, Michael Jameson, Sean Hampson, Mark Austin, Jake Edwards, Richard Hadley, Chris Judd, Darren Pfeiffer, Matthew Cruiser, Stephen Brown, David Ellard, Dennis Armfield, Jeff Gartlett, Sam Jacobs, Chris Johnson, Aaron Joseph, Mitch Robertson, Craig Bentley, Chris Yarron. Oh my god. What are we doing? We're naming every single AFL/VFL player ever. I think we're nearly there. I think we're nearly there. We're nearly at or for Carlton anyways. Right, 2010s. Lockie Henderson, Brock McLean, Robert Warnock, Kane Lucas, Simon White, Marcus Davies, Ed Kerno, Nick Doigan, Jeremy Laidler, Andrew Collins, Matthew Watson, Zach Tui, Reese O'Keefe, Wade Twomey, Josh Bootsma, Andrew McGuinness, Tom Bell, Levi Casbolt, Fraser Dale, Patrick McCarthy, Luke Mitchell, Sam Rowe, Dylan Buckley, Jared Keisha, Troy Menzel, Nick Graham, Andreas Everett, Dale Thomas, Patrick Cripps, Sam Doherty, Blaine Johnson, Cameron Wood, Kieran Sheehan, Nick Holman, Kristen Jack, Liam Jones, Clem Smith, Jason Tutt, Kieran Byrne, Blaine Boakhurst, Matthew Dick, Mark Wiley, Tom Fields, Brad Walsh, Sam Kerridge, Jed Lamb, Andrew Phillips, Jacob Wiedering, Matthew Wright, Charlie Kerner, Lockie Plowman, Liam Sumner, Daniel Gorringe, Jack Silvani, David Cunningham, Sam Petrevsky-Seaton, Jared Pickett, Caleb Marchbank, Harrison McCready, Billy Smeds, Tom Williamson, Reese Palmer, Zach Fisher, Cameron Paulson, Alex Silvani, Harry Mackay, Paddy Dow, Jared Garlett, Matthew Kennedy, Aaron Mullett, Cam O'Shea, Lockie O'Brien, Darcy Lang, Pat Kerr, Matt Shaw, Matthew Lobe, Tom de Koning, Alex Fasolo, Michael Gibbons, Mitch McGovern, Nick Newman, Will Setterfield, Sam Walsh, Liam Stocker, Josh DeLuca, and Angus Schumacher, Hugh Goddard. The 2020s, we've nearly finished Carlton, lads. And then we got Collingwood as well, which is going to be a pain in my buttocks, having two big teams in a row. And then Essendon on top of that. I can't wait until we get to Fremantle. It'll be so much better. Jack Martin, Jack Nunes, Mark Pitnett, Sam Philp, Callum Moore, Matt Cottrell, Josh Honey, Matthew Owes, Adam Sard, Zach Williams, Lockie Fogarty, Corey Durden, Luke Parks, Oscar McDonald, Brody Kemp, Jordan Boyd, Jack Carroll, George Hewitt, Adam Chera, Lewis Young, Jesse Motlop, Sam Durden, Will Hayes, Blake Acres, Oliver Hollins, Lachlan Cowan, Alex Chincotta, Orazio Fantasia, Elijah Hollins, Jackson Binns, Cooper Lord, Ashton Moore. Whew. That was a big one, lads. That was a big one, but we reeled it in. Carlton Football Club is gone. Oh my god. Oh my god. My D's, my Jesus, my goodness gracious me. Is Collingwood all just in one? Oh, Collingwood's all just in one city. Yeah, Collingwood's just all in one. I think they're all smaller though. They're all smaller. I think Collingwood's smaller, so this is better. Alright, this is good. Let's just get through it. Let's go up until 1930. George Callison, Dick Condon, Charlie Dow, Harry Dole, Arthur Gibbs, Wal Gillard, Jim Gregory, Frank Halewood, Rhoda McDonald, Jack Monahan Sr., Bill O'Brien, Charlie H. Panham, Tom Patterson, Dick Poole, Bill Proudfoot, Charlie Syme, Archie Smith, Bill Strickland, Lardy Tollock, George Williams, Albie Tame, Jim Dole, Dick Hall, Fred Kay, Danny Flaherty, Dennis Lanigan, Fred Leach, Herman Helwig, Tom Lee, Herb Johnson, Bill Stranger, George Cowell, Matthew Fell, Bill Kennedy, Mick Lynch, Bobby McCubbin, Arthur Leach, Bob Bird, Tom McCarmody, Pat Fitzgerald, Jack Geddes, Alf Catlin, Bob Rush, Jimmy Ryan, Albert Walsh, Wilfred Fell, Johnny Lyons, Jack Denning, Doug Watsford, Owen Brennan, Roland Duncan, Stan Watsford, Eddie Harris, Ted Burke, Pat Cleary, John Parrish, Ted Absalom. Actually, hang on, I'll stop now because we're hit the 1900s. This is like Mr. Beast saying Logan Paul a million times. Jesse, I'm on Collingwood now, so I'm not doing too bad. I aim to get this done by 11 o'clock. So let's just keep going. Ted Burke, Pat Cleary, John Parrish, Ted Absalom, Tom McLean, Arthur Robson, Bob Carmichael, Charles Langtree, Joe Rouse, Alf Boyack, Bob Bryce, Alf Dumet, Jack Farrell, Peter Martin, Bob McCulloch, Leo S. Morgan, I forgot to update. Ted Rao we just did. I gotta update the text. It's staying blue because... how do I fix this shit? I don't have to redo this every time, do I? I don't. There we go. Problem solved. man. Full screen, hello. There we go. No. Oh my god. Oh god. It's fixed. I need to stop touching this. There we go. Ted Rao, Oscar Hyman, George Ashman, Harry Nell, Ted Leach, George Blundell, John Allen, Jack Incole, Con McCormack, Harry Newbound, Harry Pears, Teddy Lockwood, George Angus, Jock McHale, Billy Spears, George Green, Eddie Drohan, Percy Wilmot, Johnny Dunn, Jim McKean, Bill Ayling, Jim Blair, Jim Addison, Bob Burns, Bill Homan, Graham McConaughey, Bob Strachan, Wally Sykes, Ivor Lawson, Darcy McDougall, Don Fraser, Les Ablett, Harry Neal, Alan Belcher, Robert Nash, Percy Gibb, Fred Stancliffe, George Marsh, Percy Ogden, Vic Hambridge, Burt Reitman, Bob Bowden, Alex Holland, Bill Punch, Frank Gaudian, Frank Wiltshire, Johnny Hay, Dick Lee, Robert Michael, Tom Wright, Tom Nelson, Tom Baxter, Herbert Cheffers, Clarence Abbott, Orm Pleasance, Tommy Wall, Albert Panham, Ernie Ruddock, Dave Ryan, Dave O'Donoghue, Jim Baxter, Graham Diggle, Charlie Medway, Bill Carden, Alex Dunstan, Bill Heatley, Marshall Herbert, Les Hughes, Artie Freeman, Mick Ryan, Harold Guyton, Jim Sadler, Tom Holland, Harry Lees, Richard Dakin, Herbert Koch, Charlie Dumet, Dick Vernon, Ernie Bales, Lindsay Bristow, Wal Burley, Duncan McIver, Percy Wilson, Jack Shorten, Bert McKnight, Norm O'Oliver, and that's gonna be it. We'll save that. That's who we're about to say. Check chat. We got 6 in. Very good. Very good. Need another drink actually. Alright. I'm going to update the count as well. We're going to see how many players have actually played for Collingwood. Sam Campbell, Andy Duff, Bertie McDougall, Joe Scadden, Charlie Hackett, Jim Jackson, Horry Jones, Ned Harper, Charlie Norris, Ernie Lumsden, Roy Crisp, Paddy Gilchrist, Dan Minogue, Alec Much, Jack Sheehan, John Summer, Billy Holmes, Jack W. Green, Billy Hammond, Paddy Rowan, George Anderson, Jim Sharp, Mal Seddon, Eddie Thomas, Len Gibb, Victor Jackson, Charlie Laxton, Jack Lowe, Art Wilkinson, Roy Gray, Ted Prendergast, Fred Parkinson, Jim Abler, Tommy Cockram, Bill Cook, Lance Mounsey, Jimmy Seaton, Fred Fielding, George Goodall, Reg Gibb, Alan Cordner, Cyril Suez, tongue twister, Burt McDonald, Brian Rush, Wally Rayleigh, Penn Reynolds, Colin Duffy, Les Huntington, Gus Dobry, Max Hislop, Maury Sheehy, Harry Matheson, Tom Pollard, Charlie Much, Harry Curtis, Horry Jose, Con McCarthy, Sam Mortimer, Arthur Whitling, Harry Curley, Vernon Carkeek, Tom Clancy, Charlie Brown, Matt Cody, Tom Wraith, Charlie Lee, Les Oram, Harry Saunders, Percy Yates, Tom Drummond, Bert Colchin, Sam McKeeshney, Charlie E. Panham, Harry Cross, Michael Maguire, Stan McKenzie, Jack O'Connor, Bill Walton, Stan Yates, Bill Twomey Sr., Ernie Wilson, Wally Haysom, George Yoren, Ern Utting, Bill Buck. Well, I'm taking a break. I bet you guys he's gonna scrap just chatting. What do you mean? This is just chatting. Ern Utting, Bill Buck, yeah. Bill Buck, Artie Dillon, Charlie Tyson, Les Lob, Percy Rowe, Gordon Coventry, Len Ludbrook, Roy Outram, Reynolds Webb, Jim Keogh, Tom Hammond, Laurie Murphy, Fred Patterson, Harry Lloyd, Tommy Scanlon, Clyde Smith, Ted Baker, Sid Coventry, Bill Glynn, Frank Plant, George Torrey, Charles Wall, Leo Westcott, Fred Keys, Clem Splatt, Eric Koch, Roop Hanna, Hector Lingwood Smith, Reg Baker, Harry Cheswas, Joe Poulter, Jack Benson, Jim Lawn, Charlie Milburn, Bob Makem, Noel McCamish, Herbie Taylor, Vin Batchelor, Sid Burt, Bill Whitburn, Roy Allen, George Clayton, Charlie Dibbs, George Beasley, Fred Much, Jim Shanahan, Billy Pardon, Bill Buckley, Jack Monahan Jr., Gordon Davey, Jack Jobson, Bill Barry, Albert Collier, Billy Libis, Reg Boyle, John Harris, Bill Henry, Les Stainsby, Frank Murphy, Thomas Bird, Fred Barker, Jack Beveridge, Harry Collier, Bill Sneezewell, Albert Lauder, Keith Osmond, Alf Sparks, Norm MacLeod, Bill Muir, Trevor Rowlands, Harold Rumney, Rumney, Clary Morelli, Hector Ross, Les Hewson, Percy Bowyer, Len Murphy, Les Angus, Cyril Kent, Les Thomas, Bruce Andrew, George Gibbs, Charlie Ahern, Ken Vivers, Bob Ross, Leo Bird, Horace Edmonds. Check chat, there's nothing there. Elvin Barr, Jack Regan, Fred Froud, Bert Everett, Frank Kelly, Jack George, Bill Aldag, Don Harris, Jack Ross, George Tatham, Clary Tolson, Les Amos, Roop Perrott, Dick Grant, George Carter, Alan Hammond, Les Harvey, Jack Lincoln, Ernie Nunn, Tom Tucker, Leslie Watt, Bill Munn, Ken Rosewarne, Eric Dalton, Tom Hallahan, Clem Morden, Noel Burrows, Albert Downs, Bernie Guthrie, Ivan McIntosh, Frank Slade, Alfred Andrew Street, Jack Carmody, Keith Fraser, Keith Kent, Norm LeBrun, Marcus Whelan, Reg Gibson, Lou Daly, George Bates, Max Turner, Albie Panham, Leo W. Morgan, John Galbally, Vin Doherty, Jack Knight, Fonz Kine, Alan Ryan, Wally Tyrell, Frank Asling, Alec Fife, Jack Twyford, Lou Riley, Selwyn Baker, Tommy Bogue, Bervin Woods, Pat Fricker, Harold Albiston, Yep. Eddie Gray, Jack Power, Keith Stackpole, Ron Todd, George Kangeiser, Marcus Boyle, Ron Dowling, Jim Crow, Ron McCann, Harry Jones, Des Fothergill, Jack Murphy, Frank Booth, Clary Shields, Harold Powell, Herb Naismith, Alan Williams, Fred Pierce, Stan Dawson, Don Balfour, Gordon Hocking, Bill Unwin, Jack T. Green, Norm Campbell, Ted Hill, Jock Morrison, Les Hill, Cliff McRae. Let's check chat again. There's nothing. Oh my god. Alright. It's time for the 1940s. Kevin Barrett, Dan Knott. Actually, let me have a quick drink. Alright. Charlie Newman, Colin Campbell, Jack Pym, Ken Williams, Benny LeSueur. I might have to go put my glasses on later. Bill Noonan, Leo Tyrell, Jeff Nichols, Ron Carruthers, Harry Mears, Norm L. Oliver, Bill Johnston, Jock McHale, Ted Ryan, John McHale, Ron Smith, Ted Ryan, Les Main, Ron Smith, Kevin Sullivan, Phil Busbridge, Norm Cruther, Lou Richards, Q Coventry, Jack Burns, Clary Swenson, Pat Dalton, Harry Lambert, Jack Arnott, Frank Gulbally, Neil McIntosh, Joe Tolman, Kevin Wade, Tom Wallace, Ken Herbert, Len Hustler, Bill Seedsman, Des Negri, Keith Milt, Mick Donahue, Roy Stab, Meg Ryan, Reg Ryan, Fred Stab, Phil Ryan, Ron Dean, Mac Holton, George Wilson, Dick Allen, Bill Crane, Leo McPartland, Frank Negri, Doug Smith, Merv Harvey, Bill Brown, Clive Reed, Jim Bradford, Frank Kerwin, Charlie Utting, Leo Hicks, Alex Moore, Bill Duckworth, Bill Dolkin, George Nelson, Dave Newman, Ron Hibbert, Jim Tibbles, Bob Gulbally, Jack Sinan, Arthur Robbins, Ray Riddle, Jack Nilsson, Alan Brown, Len Fitzgerald, Neil Mann, Bill Twomey Jr., Ernie Eifler, Laurie Gallagher, Peter McLaren, Murray Morell, Jack Carroll, Guy Moore, Ray Horwood, Alan Knorr, Raymond Jones, Bob Rose, Laurie Yates, Bill Nolan, Stan Smith, Alex Denny, Ray Keegan, Stan Moon, Pat Twomey, Ron Richards, Jeff Brokenshire, Des Healy, Jack Sales, Jack Thompson, Frank Corby, George Hams, Mac Horder, Jack Hamilton, Ernest McIntyre, Reg Meese, Harvey Stevens, Vic Donald, Maury Dunstan, Bernie Shannon, Les Thompson, Neville Broderick, Peter Lucas, Kevin Coghlan, Kevin Darrigan, Harry Painter, Bill Rose, Fred West, Dave Morgan, Bill Welsh, Neville Swan, Bill Tebble, Frank Tuck, Jack Purden, Thorold Merritt, Arthur Gooch, Ron Kingston, Mac Hill. Whew. All right. Cole Davey, Jack Fink, Mick Twomey, Don Cordwell, Jack Hickey, Ivan Clues, Jack Parker, Alan McGowan, Ken Atkin, Brian Turner, Roy Williams, Kevin Flint, Keith Show, Ron McKenzie, Kevin Phillips, Les Smith, Keith Batchelor, Dave Little, Kevin Clark, Tom Tarrant, Neville Waller, Laurel Sharp, Terry Waits, Pat Milburn, Murray Wiedemann, Keith Bromwich, Alan Young, Jim Hauer, Brian Dorman, Don Walsh, Sid Coventry Jr., Kevin Wiley, Bob Kupsch, Bill Jones, John Elder, Ken Small, Harry Sullivan, Ray Gablich, Laurie Reimer, Bob Grieve, Brian Gray, Dick O'Brien, Bill Sarong, Ken Head, Max Davidson, Ken Turner, Graham Borak, Merv Hicks, Ian Brewer, Graham Fellows, Don Howell, Lloyd Williams, Mike Delante, Bob Norman, Kevin Bergen, John Powell, Brian Renwood, Keith Burns, Dave Burt, Tony Heath, Ken Bennett, John Henderson, Ron Reeves, Barry Donegan, Barry Harrison, Errol Hutchison, Don Dixon, Eddie Miller, Brian Beers, Kevin Rose, Keith Beckwith, Alan Wicks, Bill Thripp, Kevin Healy, Ron O'Dwyer, John Carmody, Peter Hayes, Ray Murnane, Bert Chapman, Des Field. We'll stop at Des Field. Check chat. I bet I'm better sport fan. Alright, I'm gonna be right back, guys. I just have to go to the toilet, okay? I'll be right back. Hold up. What do I do in the meantime? I'll be right back, okay? I'm gonna mute my mic. Okay, I'll be right. back. Let me double check the sound's back on. I don't want to start counting again and not have numbers. There we go. We're on. Des Field, Peter Rosenbrock, Kevin Pay, Ray Willett. Ray Willett, Peter Wiedemann, Neville Withers, Ian Abraham, Graham Johnson, Duncan Wright, John Hogan, Bob Delante, John Mann, Trevor Steer, David Norman, Ray Thomas, Ron E. Carruthers, Warren Roper, Fred Smith, Mike Hefferman, Barry Rist, Robin Fields, Alan Poor, Peter Marshall, Dennis Bell, Barry Perry, Laurie Hill, Ralph Rose, Des Steele, Mick Bone, Mick Irwin, Bob Johnstone, John Knox, Des Tuddenham, Terry Waters, John Merton, Max Urquhart, Ricky Watt, Kevin McLean, Ted Potter, Ian Graham, Ernie Hugg, Robert Longmire, Julian Weiss, Paul Wadham, Bob Farmer, Graham Jenkin, Peter Boyne, Dennis Dalton, Vaughan Ellis, Peter McKenna, Peter Patterson, Colin Tully, Kevin Huppatz, Ian Montgomery, Len Clark, Len Thompson, Max Pitt, Barry Price, Wayne Richardson, Gary Wallace, Lee Adamson, Max Ballantyne, Doug Searle, Dick Telford, Brian McKenzie, Con Britt, Ian Bremner, Shane Whelan, Terry Alexander, Jack Green, Barry Leslie, Ross Doon, Dennis Legasic, Danny Hibbert, Dennis O'Callaghan, John Greening, Ron Moylan, Bernie Brady, David Whedon, Bruce Neve, Barry McGilly, Paul Walker, John Bell, Gordon Laurie, Jeff Pitts, Max Richardson, Jeff Clifton, Mark Slater, Doug Gott, Ronnie Wearmouth, and Robert Dean. Let's check in chat. No, chat's fine. Chat's chill. Y'all are chill. Oh, I can just do this, yeah. Oh no, I kind of prefer the mouse though, so we'll just keep going with the mouse. Bob Hurd, Graham Shepherd, Peter Pettigrew, Robert Stevens, Peter Akins, Robert Rose, Alan Atkinson, Bruce Outram, Gary Tredray, Henry Coles, Mike Delahunty, John Parkinson, Dennis O'Brien, Daryl Salmon, John Vickery, Laurie Kane, Paul Stevens, Rod Odborne, John Walker, Ian McOrest, Wes McGaw, Ian Cooper, Graham Dunstan, George Bissett, Paul Cranage, Colin Morse, Graham Reishman, Phil Manassa, Kerry Foley, Robert Hyde, Danny O'Sullivan, Alan Holmes, Michael Brown, Stephen Clifford, Greg Beck, Renee Kink, Ray Shaw, John Williams, Billy Picken, Shane Bond, Wayne Gordon, Peter Moore, Peter Moore, Phil Carmen, Andrew Ireland, John Delamata, Kevin Gross, Graham Anderson, Murray Batt, Terry Cahill, John Wise, Wes Barrett, Ray Saltmarsh, Bruce Gonsalves, Peter McCormack, Jim Board, Chris Perry, Terry Wright, Luke McDonald, Lex Pritchard, Cole Camorley, Graham Moyle, Russell Jessup, Gerald Betts, Kevin Worthington, Ricky Barham, Stan Magro, Sam Kekovich, Peter Marshall, Brian Cole, Craig Stewart, Laurie Sanderlands, Kevin Morris, Terry Philippi, Ted Carroll, Derek Shaw, Ray Byrne, Lee Carlson, Tony Shaw, Whitcroft, Jeff Austin, Craig Davis, Stephen Roach, Bill Valley, Michael Wilno, Russell Olson, Peter Dacos, Dennis Banks, Mark Hanbury, Ross Brewer, Alan Edwards, David Twomey, Mick Warren, Mark Dreher, David Young, check chat, nothing, Alan Davis, Michael Horsberg, Russell Johnston, David Bryan, Grant Wilmot, John Hummel, Ian Lowe, Terry Domberg, Andrew Smith, Des Herbert, Stuart Atkin, Graham Allen, Michael Taylor, Mark Williams, Mark Wiedemann, Barry Evans, John Anea, Warwick Irwin, Wes Fellows, Murray Brown, Noel Lovell, Neil Part, Graham Teasdale, Wally Lovett, Jeff Miles, Chris Dolkin, Tony Beers, Peter Carter, Gordon Towan, Paul Rowan, Tom Floyd, Tony Keenan, Mark Lawson, Tony Russell, David Cloak, Mike Richardson, Gary Shaw, Phil Walsh, Greg Phillips, Greg Fife, Shane Morwood, Jeff Rains, Carl Herbert, Brett Cooper, Tony Kelly, Bruce Abernethy, Mark Beers, Jim McAllister, Dale Woodhall, Darren McLean, Ron Andrews, Neville Shaw, Scott Knight, Jamie Turner, Alan Eade, Ron McCune, Glenn McLean, Michael Irwin, Darren Millane, Ian McMullen, Tony Burgess, Russell Dixon, James Manson, Greg Smith, Brian Taylor, Gordon Sumner, Darren Collins, Cameron Doyle, Andrew Witts, Matthew Ryan, Cameron O'Brien, Greg Daniels, Michael Gafer, Brett Glory, Shane Kerrison, Danny Seo, Peter Bradbury, Darren Handy, Michael Lockman, Sandy Hyslop, Michael Edmonds, Jeff Pritchard, Paul Rizanico, Peter Adams, Neil Brindley, Gavin Brown, Michael Christian, Gavin Krasiska, Grantley Filk, Glenn Howard, Athas Hristolikis, Paul Morwood, Craig Starcevich, Jason Kroll, Graham Atkins, Terry Keys, Alan Richardson, Tim Harrington, Brett Yorgie, Mark Orville, Matt Perkins, Mark McGuane, John Mrakov, Greg Fall, Paul Tuddenham, Doug Barwick, Paul Hawke, David Robertson, Graham White, Damien Monkhorst, Darren Saunders, Tony Elshorg, Andrew Tarpey, Colin Alexander, Heath Shepherd, Craig Kelly, Murray Renstead, Mark Bayliss, Brendan Tranter, Simon Taylor, Terry Hecker, Tony Francis. We'll stop at Tony Francis. Check chat. We're up to 1990. We're getting close now. So, who will we have finished by then? We'll have finished Adelaide, Brisbane Bears, Brisbane Lions, Carlton, and Collingwood. Yeah, that's five teams. Oh God. At least we've got Gold Coast and GWS and Fremantle to come up. Tony Francis, Scott Russell, Paul Williams, Stephen Anderson, Mark Richardson, Jason McCartney, Kim Russell, Troy Lehman, Gary Pert, Shane Watson, Tony Woods, Brad Rowe, Mark Fraser, Sav Rocker, Brad Hardy, Barry Mitchell, Glenn Sandford, Ken Butcher, Andrew Tranquilli, John Ballantyne, Nathan Buckley, John Hassel, Brett James, Stephen Ryan, Bradley Plain, Todd Curley, Brenton Sanderson, Damien Houlihan, Aaron James, Justin Staritsky, Paul Sharkey, Trent Houghton, Scott Burns, Nick Hyder, Chad Liddell, Stephen Patterson, Lee Walker, Dermot Brereton, Chris Curran, Mark Orchard, Jason Wild, Robert Ammett, Andrew Shawbull, Scott Crow, Alex McDonald, keep reading them wrong, sorry, Stephen Pitt, Matthew Francis, Robert Pyman, Simon Prestigiacomo, Ben Wilson, Jason Bevan, John Barnett, Richard Osborne, Anthony Rocker, Jason Taylor, Mal Michael, Josh Mahoney, Brad Fuller, Luke Godden, Brad Cassidy, Dwayne Griffin, Shannon Gibson, Frank Rasso, Jamie Tape, Chris Tarrant, Andrew Pugsley, Ben Kinnear, Stuart Mangan, James Wasley, Clinton King, Brent Tuckley, Michael Gardner, Nick Davis, Glenn Freeborn, Tyson Lane, Paul LeCuria, Rick O'Larenshaw, Cameron Venables, Rupert Betheris, Heath Scotland, Craig Jacatine, Brad Odburn, and Tarkin Lockyer. Hello, Quill. Yeah, I don't know the big deal over mods either, Aussie Sports. Doesn't really matter. We're in the 2000s now. I need a drink. Alrighty. Now, starting. Damien Adkins, Leon Davis, Josh Fraser, Ben Johnson, Shane O'Brien, Andrew Yukovic, Stephen McKee, Dale Baines, Brad Smith, Andrew DiMattina, Reece Shaw, Ryan Loney, Jared Malloy, Chad Rintol, Carl Steinford, Shane Wakelin, Brody Holland, James Clement, Danny Roach, Alan Didak, Andrew Hill, Richie Cole, Scott Cummings, Jason Cloak, Mark McGow, Matthew Logan, Tristan Walker, Andrew Williams, Shane Woden, Dane Swan, Tom Davidson, Bo Nixon, Dane Swan, Tom Davidson, Bo Nixon, Guy Richards, David King, Luke Mullins, Cameron Cloak, Nick Maxwell, Julian Rowe, Luke Shackleton, Justin Crowe, Blake Carosella, David Fanning, Chad Morrison, Travis Cloak, Adam Iakabuchi, Ben Davis, Chris Egan, Sean Rustling, Brent Hall, Heath Shaw, Haritia Lumumba, Dale Thomas, Scott Pendlebury, Adam Illis, Sam Illis, Paul Medhurst, Daniel Nichols, Shannon Cox, Brad Dick, Alan Tuvey, Chris Bryan, Tyson Goldsack, Danny Stanley, Martin Clark, Ben Reed, Ryan Cook, Nathan Brown, Cameron Wood, Jack Anthony, Sharad Wellingham, Chris Dawes, John McCarthy, Dane Beams, Lee Brown, Jackson Barham, Brent McCaffer, Anthony Corey, Steele Sidebottom, Luke Ball, Darren Jolly, Jared Blair, Simon Buckley, Andrew Cracker, Alex Fasolo, Luke Rounds, Lachlan Keefe, Ben Sinclair, Tom Young, Jackson Plain, Paul Seedsman, Peter Yagmore, Kirk Ugle, Jamie Elliott, Marley Williams, Cowlin Mooney, Sam Dwyer, Jack Frost, Quinton Lynch, Jordan Russell, Josh Thomas, Ben Hudson, Ben Kennedy, Jared Witts, Kyle Martin, Adam Oxley, Clinton Young, Brody Grundy, Taylor Adams, Tom Langdon, Jesse White, Tim Broomhead, Tony Armstrong, Jackson Ramsey, Corey Galt, Jack Crisp, Jordan Goey, Travis Varco, Patrick Karnezis, Braden Maynard, Darcy Moore, Levi Greenwood, Matthew Sharonberg, Jonathan Marsh, Adam Trelaw, James Aish, Matthew Goodyear, Jeremy Howe, Mason Cox, Josh Smith, Ben Crocker, Tom Phillips, Rupert Wills, Will Hoskin Elliott, Chris Main, Josh Shade, Daniel Wells, Lyndon Dunn, Callum Brown, Josh Dacos, Kale Kirby, Sam Murray, Jaden Stevenson, Finn Appleby, Brody Mychek, Brandon Sire, Jack Madgen, Nathan Murphy, Jordan Roughhead, Isaac Quaynor, John Noble, Tyler Brown, Darcy Cameron, Atu Bosanavulagi, Will Kelly, Mark Keane, Trey Rusco, Max Lynch, Oliver Henry, Bo McCreary, Finley McRae, Jay Rantal, Caleb Poulter, Tom Wilson, Trent Bianco, Jack Ginnivan, Anton Tohill, Patrick Lipinski, Nick Dacos, Nathan Kruger, Reef McInnes, Aidan Begg, Isaac Chugg, Josh Carmichael, Ash Johnson, Bobby Hill, Daniel McStay, Tom Mitchell, Billy Frampton, Oleg Markov, Harvey Harrison, Jacob Ryan, Lockie Schultz, Charlie Dean, Lockie Sullivan, Joe Richards, Jack Bytel, Ed Allen, Will Parker, Tu Jaff, and Ned Long. And we have finished. We have just finished the Collingwood list. That was a mouthful. Jeez. My God. Oh, what's Gus's new logo? Let me see. I gotta double check. I haven't actually seen it. Hang on. Give me a sec, chat. Hang on. Sorry, chat. Alright, sorry, chat. Here we go. We're back. Sorry, I had to check something. What is going on, Luke Ultra? I've made a stupid decision as what's going on. I've been live for 2 hours? More or less, yeah, I have. Hello. It's my dog, sorry. I'm actually gonna go grab something to eat too, so I'll be right back. Everybody, what's your opinion on shapes? Specifically cheese making. I think we've got enough battery for me to plug my mic back in, so give me a sec. I'm gonna plug my mic back in. Okay, we're back. How's that? Okay, we're back. Oh, that sounds great. All right, let's get this started. I just don't touch the shapes. All right. Jim Anderson, son Barry, Arthur Cleghorn, Maury Collins, Ted Collins, Jim Darcy, Charlie Forbes, Johnny Graham, Joe Groves, George Hastings, Ted Kinnear, George Martin, Bob McCormack, Gus Officer, Ned Officer, Pat O'Loughlin, Bert Sackeld, George Stuckey, Norman Wog, Harry Wright, Edgar Croft, Hugh Gavin, George Vorton, Fred Ball, Harold Brown, Archie Sykes, Gus Kearney, Jim Park, Jimmy Thurgood, Jim White, Arthur Leach, Charlie Moore, Albie Stamp, Colin Campbell, George Cochran, Dave Ferguson, Pat Barr, Corey Gardner, Alex Hall, Jimmy Larkin, Conrad Tenbrink, Poss Watson, Dave Curry, Horry Stewart, Bill Jackson, Alf Gray, Jim Cullen, Billy Griffith, Mick O'Loughlin, Fred Scott, Charlie McCartney, Hugh Fitzpatrick, Albert Thurgood, Leslie Rainey. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. Oh my god, my dogs, man. We'll take a break once we finish Essendon, alright? We'll take a big break once we finish Essendon. If I have to, I'll do a part 2, but I won't do that tonight. Lou Jones, Tommy Lay, Mick Peppard, Billy Grace, Herb Hunter, Alf Deer, Bill Creben, Huey Johns, Alfred Hiskins, Bobby Byers, Ted Kennedy, Bill Robinson, Herc Vologi, George Ward, Artie White, Marcus Evans, Mick Morris, Jim Beasley, Jack McKenzie, Fred Mann, James Kennedy, Ben Baxter, Jack Geji, Sid Hall, Jack Dias, Bill Webb. I forgot to update the thing again. There. Here we go. Vic Hutchins, Harry Ford, John Holligan, Huey Callan, Barlow Karkik, Mick Madden, Bill McCarthy, Johnny Meadows, David Smith, Tom Williams, Ted Flynn, Arthur Gilligan, Joe Marr, Tom Headley, George Barker, Jack Trahey, Jack Rosser, Jack Sullivan, Jack McIntyre, Fred Fuchs, Jim McDonald, Percy Abercrombie, Jack Godby, same thing. Joe Shippen, Norman Belcher, Bill Busbridge, Alex Robinson, Harry Laxton, Fred Robinson, Arthur Leggy, Alf Swift, Mick Pless, Jim Phipps, Harry Davis, Dick Harris, Bill Kerr, Jack Megson, Jimmy O'Brien, Simon Fraser, Bill Seward, Albie Matheson, Bill McVitie, Mark Shea, Ernie Cameron, Athol Timms, John Everett, Lewis Blackmore, Arch McDonald, Edwin McDonald, Alan Belcher, Jack Borthwick, Bill Davies, John Green, Charlie Morley, Charlie Tether, James Wilson, Norman Yo, Bert Newmer, Alf George, Gordon Ross Sodden, John Dixon, George Gibson, Con Kennedy, Ray Sartori, Phil Gibson, Gerald Ryan, Chris Fogarty, Joe Fogarty, Czech Garton, John Anderson, Norm Busbridge, Alf Jackson, Bill Johnson, Otto Landman, Jim Martin, Albie Sykes, Len Bow, Fred Parkinson, Bruce Sloss, Horry Dick, John Stevenson, Dick Clock, oh my god, Gordon Kearney, Mike Lunderigan, Peter McCann, Charles Bolton, Charlie Hagblum, Barney Jenkins, Cliff Bennett, Bill Lonigan, Lou Armstrong, Tommy Crow, Les Minton, Burt Ryan, Paddy Shea, Tom Sevier, Lon Smith, Harry Farnsworth, Archie Snell, Alan Irwin, Jim Campbell, Fred Anderson, Bill French, Burt Dakin, Bill Hafey, Harry Prout, Artie Bow, Hurtle Rice, Billy Harrison, Albie Kennedy, Wally Roach, Rupert Cooper, Fred Welpton, and Charlie Beckley. Next. How long does it take us to get to 1911? Not that long, so it's pretty quick. Ramsey Anderson, Bert Armstrong, Horry Bant, Percy Ogden, Fred O'Shea, Dick Bayford, Val Crawley, George McLeod, Dick Monteith, Hedley Bryant, Les White, Fred Baring, Jack Wood, Leo O'Connor, Arthur Slater, Bill Walker, Wally Chalmers, Roop Benstead, Vernon Hazel, Charlie Hay, Don Hanley, Johnny Hart, Jack Kirby, Edgar Masters, Artie Freeman, Jimmy Jones, Fred Kirkwood, Ted McDonald, Bruce Godfrey, Frank Kane, Len Wall, Billy Harvey, Jack O'Brien, Bill Kime, Edric Bickford, Jack Blencoe, Clyde Donaldson, Roop Lowell, Fred Edwards, Jim Moore, Huey Tate, Ernie Lumsden, Johnny Allen, Hugh Heron, Art Wilkinson, George Parkinson, Herbert Wilson, Jack Woolley, Bob Walker, Vic McNeil, John Pike, Wilfred Stott, Jimmy Gordon, Cyril Grove, Roy Lang, Whoa! I didn't ask for that. Where's Roy? Roy Lang, Norm Hall, Bill Dinsmore, Jim Freeman, Neil King, Harry Neat, Bob Rayleigh, Horry Webster, Henry Elkington, Basil Nehill, Tommy Wade, Arthur Mann, Bert Day, Frank Hearn, Fred McIntosh, Bill Wiley, Tom Pallard, Cole Sinclair, Albie O'Connor, Bob Shearer, Charles Comber, Les Rogers, Harold Feehan, Percy Martin, Bobby Donald, Florence Moore, Ned Richardson, Jim Condon, Jack Garden, Bill Scott, Vic Nankervis, Harold Day, Bill Coffey, Norm Dunn, Phil Furlong, Leo McInerney, Jimmy Sullivan, Dave Walsh, Tim Fitzmaurice, Harry Sawyer, Jim Taylor, Jack McGarity, Len Phillips, Bert Drinkwater, yes please drink water otherwise you'll die, Sydney Barr, Tom Greenwood, Paddy McDonald, Bill Hanson, Eric Sprague, James Lavelle, Bertie Wallacott, Jim Alexander, George Hemingway, Harry Dussel, Charlie Farrell, Sid Sutherland, Stan Anderson, Jack Harrison, Cole Laidlaw, Pat Robinson, Jim Collins, Ivan Moore, Frank McDonald, Jim McLear, and Archie Giles. Oh my god. Ooh. All right. We're in the 1920s. Ralph Cornell, Jack O'Brien, Wally Frazier, Charles Hector McFade, Charles Hector McFadyen, Andy Donnelly, George Faulkner. Sorry, I keep getting something in my mouth. Norm MacLean, Ralph Gardner, Greg Stockdale, Percy Watson, Norm Beckton, Harry Hunter, Dick Maynard, Charlie Zinnick, Bill Fawcett, Charlie Fairing, Tommy Jenkins, Tommy Bell, Tom Wardley, Les Woodfield, Frank Marr, Clary Woodfield, Ray Ross, George Harris, Sid Barker Sr., Charlie Hardy, Teddy Gardner, Vince Irwin, Ken Adam, Roy Kemp, Charlie May, Jack Moriarty, Gilbert Wardley, Rowley Watts, Justin McCarthy, Clary Clow, Joe Callahan, Ralph Fraisbeck, Enos Thomas, Garnet Campbell, Harry Harrison, Val Marchesi, George Shorten, Joe Harrison, Bill Hayes, George Rao, Harry Gregory, Les Kittle, Bill Cookson, Bert McComb, Jack Vosti, Ned McSweeney, Norm Simpson, Bill Manger, Joe Hammond, Rod Watt, Dave Dick, Jim Quinn, Sid Carman, Jack Dorlan, Bill Hudd, Jack Kidd, Chris Gomez, George Page, Wally Edwards, Stuart Russell, Frank Nash, Dick Gosling, Teddy Shorten, Bruce Carruthers, Rube Dodd, Bill Vickers, Ben Kavanagh, Tom Clark, Paddy Walsh, Jack Boyd, Bill Speakman, Les Irving, Mel James, Len Webster, Artie Rennie, Lloyd Bertram, Ernie Martin, Howard O'Kay, Bill Henry, Alan Arthur, Orb Charlson, Keith Forbes, Athol Serini, Keith Paris, Jack Way, Len Johnson, Jack Williamson, Jack Cross, Ernie Watson, Clary Hearn, Jack McKenzie, Roy Payne, Charlie Milburn, Vern Sarsfield, Ted Fryer, and Frank Gomez Jr. Speak faster, champ. Well, it's not like I haven't been speaking fast for the past 2 hours. All right, 1930s. Tommy Gubbins, Charlie Sevier, Billy Lynch, Mal McRae, Jock Turner, Leo Glynn, Jerry Donnelly, Lindsay Smale, Bill Lowenthal, Norm LeBrun, Les Rennie, Bruce Anderson, Fred Colsell, John Ryan, Jerry Hardigan, Cliff Colson, Peterson, Eddie Regan, Bill Roberts, Frank Ford, Russell Madden, Carl Watson, Les Whitfield, William Wilson, Dick O'Shea, Matt Carland, Ted Fay, Jock O'Brien, Johnny Walker, Joe Joe Lovett, Gavin Morgan, Wally Collis, Dick Reynolds, Reg Twit, Jimmy Bates, Clive McCorkle, Hugh Tawney, Stan Lawler, Les Griggs, Frank Hunting, Albie Jacobson, George Bell, Bill Ewing, Harold Dickinson, Walt Wallerman, Ted Rippon, Wally Milne, Norm McCleary, Cole Crawford, Jack Hiskins, Bill Luff, Len Wallace, Eric Dalton, Bill Earl, Lou Sharp, David Wilkie, Joe Oakley, Colin Braid, Kevin Hardiman, Bill Turner, Harry Giles, Tom Bowden, Harry Plummer, George Pattinson, Merv Story, Elton Plummer, Steve Bloomer, Ted Bryce, Tommy Lahiff, Sid Slater, Jack Stenhouse, Murray Exelby, Frank Asling, George Prismall, Bob Matthews, Billy Hall, George Coward, Alan McHardy, George McGorlick, Jack Baggett, Harry Carey, Almond Richards, Ron Shapter, Tommy. I keep getting them confused. Tommy Smith, Jack Casson, Stan Wilson, Dick Welch, Arnold Maltby, Jack Crane, Mick McFarlane, Perk Bushby, Bill Kinnear, Eric Couts, Harry Mallet, Frank Kelly, Archie Roberts, Norm McDermott, Les Powell, Wally Coates, Don Howard, Tom Reynolds, Jack Hubbard, Norm Baker, Leo Maines, Bill Cahill, Ray Watts, Dick Eason, Doug Monroe, Noel Smith, Paul Buckley, Jack Caesar, Les Begley, Harry Lipyat, Bob Stanfield, Jack Allister, Sid McGain, Peter Patterson, Wally Buttsworth, Fred Green, Ernie Coward, Ron Smith, Ashley Foley, Godfrey Golden, Bill Green, Chris Lambert, Norman Doig, Ted Regan, and Bill Eastmore. We're not 1940s now. Cease Ruddle, Max Smith, Charlie Challenger, Joe Evans, Norm Betson, Jack Hunter, Harold Lambert, Gordon Lane, Alan Hurd Sr., Ivor McIvor, Bob Flanagan, Keith Forsyth, Gordon Abbott, Dick Malloy, Andy McPartland, Richie Thomas, Jack Keddy, Sid Silk, Laurie Deal, Bill Hutchison, Keith Rowell, Ted Lehane, Ray Powell, Murray Dimble, Maury Edwards, Les Gardner, Bert Harper, Bill Brittingham, Jimmy Farrell, Bob Drummond, Bill Gregg, Jack Cockburn, Gil Langley, Herbie Tonks, Ray Finn, Jack Simons, Bob Syme, Jack Vinyl, Ron Kennedy, Alan Randall, Ken Collicott, Terry Healy, Jack Henry, Alan Shaw, Russell Hill, Bob Annesley, Ron Jory, Bill Pearson, Ray Thomas, Jack Lyons, Fred Buttsworth, Jackie Huggard, Milton Clark, Harry Ralph, Harry Eckweed, George Hassel, Jack Jones, Alan Matheson, Ivan Goodingham, Ray Bauer, Bob McClure, Wally May, Jack Johnson, Norm MacDonald, Noel Allenson, Les Field, Ken Newton, Bob Bradley, Doug Bigelow, Greg Tate, Ron McEwen, Dick Breyer, Vic Fisher, George Gonenon, John Ward, John Coleman, John McLeish, Roy McConnell, Jack Simpson, Fred Payne, Alan Thor. 1950s, we're nearly halfway. Bill Snell, Jack Collins, Tom Lehane, Jack O'Halloran, Ray Martini, Brian Gilmore, Alan Dale, Mal McGillivray, John Gill, Albie Law, Keith McDonald, Keith McIntosh, Lloyd Middleton, Ron Lunn, Lance Mann, Jeff Leake, Jim Carstairs, Jack Clark, Jim Heenan, Jack Knowles, Hugh Morris, Brian Coleman, Peter Sullivan, John Ramsey, Fred Gallagher, Ron Dunn, Brian Payne, Greg Sewell, Stan Booth, Jack Harrington, John Tower, Ian Monks, Jeff Gamble, Mal Pascoe, Kevin Bradley, Hugh Mitchell, Reg Burgess, Bill Naden, Bob Taylor, Ken Puka, Jim McCall, Barry Colliver, Doug Dench, Robert Fox, Warren Prest, Ken Reed, Morton Diston, Graham Wiley, Don Carmichael, Keith Chapman, Fred Lynch, Bob Suter, Ray Laylaw, Max Nixon, Jack Clarkson, Bob Shearman, John Burt, Brian Donohoe, Frank Driscoll, Cole Hebard, Ken Timms, Leo Maloney, Albie Murdoch, Eric Webster, Trevor Elliott, Bob Gluyas, Les Pridham, Kevin Green, Ken Frazier, Kevin Parks, Bill Box, Alex Epis, Albie Yo, Ron Evans, Barry Mackey, George Maloney, Graham Leedon, Don Nicholson, Brian Sampson, David Short, Jeff Barber, Kevin Della, Ian Shelton, Ian Burt, Barry Capuano, Paul Doran, and we're up to the 1960s. Bob Dunlop, George Spiro, John Somerville, Don McKenzie, Jeff Gosper, Russell Blue, Ted Fordham, Barry Davis, Ken Forge, Alf King, Graham Bessel, Terry Rogers, John Welsh, Graham Johnston, Charlie Payne, Ian Graham, Barry Matthews, Max Byers, Bill Leach, Noel Reid, Gary Fenton, Greg Brown, John Booth, Jim Forsyth, Daryl Gerlach, Kevin Egan, Lindsay McGee, Don Gross, John Williams, Keith Gent, Bruce Armstrong, Jeff Pryor, Bruce Waite, Ian Payne, Alan Hurd Jr., Alan Noonan, Bob Wilson, John Ellis, Bill Thompson, Neil Evans, Ken Fletcher, Ian Anderson, Bob Greenwood, Wally Buhaj, Paul Sproul, Peter Daniel, Jeff Blethen, Bruce Lake, Robin Close, Eddie Lake, Ian Crowley, Robert Thompson, John Fanning, Les Stillman, Eric Papp, David Collins, Gary Crouch, John Sinclair, Stuart Barclay, Doug Tassel, Ian Stevenson, Roger Hampson, Wayne Headlam, John Carpenter, Neville Fields. We're on to the 1970s. I'm going to have a drink and I'm going to keep going. Took a bit too much water in there. All right, let's keep going. You need to see this replay. Yeah, alright. Gary Granger, Greg Perry, Brian Pirouette, Bruce Niche, David Starbuck, Len Haley, John May, Ken Roberts, Gary Park, Sandy Talbot, Rod McFarlane, Graham Schultz, Bruce Dodson, Ken Hogan, Hugh Delahunty, Barry Grinter, Ray Smith, Andy Wilson, John Casson, Trevor Heath, Alan Gracco, Mick Bates, Laurie Maloney, Des Tuddenham, Peter Hickmott, Bruce Brown, Pat Wellington, Graham Moss, Russell Ellen, Ross Wright, Graham Middleton, Robert Amos, Ron Andrews, Rob Newton, Trevor Taylor, John Eamon, Steve Beaumont, Graham Jenkin, Gary Lowe, Robert Shaw, Max Crow, Gary Folds, Howard Stayer, Dean Hardy and Simon Madden, Tom Park, Gary Fitzpatrick, Stephen Robbins, Greg Bell, Jim Demetriou, Graham Hatcher, Morris Boyce, Bill Berry, Brian Walsh, Larry Watson, Paul McDonald, Andrew Radchenko, Ian Marsh, Jeff Burdett, Terry Cahill, Ken Mansfield, Dennis Scanlon, Jack Mychek, Neil Clark, Gary Young, Colin Boyd, Merv Neagle, Russell Muir, Shane Hurd, Stephen Torbett, Paul Vanderhart, Don Matson, Wayne Primer, Tim Watson, Philip Early, Terry Danaher, Alan Davis, Bernie Jones, Roger Merritt, Michael Sheldon, Peter Bennett, Neil Basenko, Michael Redenbach, Glenn Hawker, Neil Danaher, Barry Day, Peter Keenan, Alan Reed, Greg Barbary, Darren Williams, Frank Dunnell, Kelvin Steele, Robert Hyde. We're up to the 1980s. Let's keep going. Phil Carmen, Alan Stoneham, Jim McAllister, Wayne Foreman, Grant Fowler, David Burke, Peter Light, Barry Vasenko, Justin Madden, Stephen Carey, Michael Davis, Greg Flanagan, Michael Eustace, Bill Valley, Tony Buhagia, Michael Thompson, Kevin Walsh, Ian Morrison, Stephen Copping, Billy Duckworth, Wayne Ottaway, Tony West, Roy Ramsey, Chris Waterson, Brian Brown, Anton Gribak, Wayne Bettison, Cameron Clayton, Paul Salmon, Mark Thompson, Paul Weston, Peter Bradbury, Renee Kink, Alan Ezard, Brian Wood, Stephen Richardson, Leon Baker, Doug Cox, Tony Elshorg, Mark Harvey, Peter Banfield, Mark Hanbury, Brian Winton, Merv Harbinson, Stephen Clark, Stephen Perry, Trevor Spencer, Brenton Phillips, Jeff Rains, David Flood, Paul Hamilton, Mike Richards, Dean Bailey, Ed Considine, Nick Walsh, Anthony Danaher, Peter Francis, Tony Antrobus, Gavin Keane, John Barnes, David Johnston, Dean Wallace, Darrell Cunningham, David Sullivan, Jeff Parker, Chris Danaher, Brendan Moore, Gary O'Donnell, Greg Anderson, Darren Buick, Andrew Guthrie, Andrew Rogers, Paul O'Brien, Justin Stubbs, Peter Somerville, Michael O'Sullivan, Peter Burke, Bradley Plain, David Grenvold, Michael Long, Kieran Spawn, Andrew Underwood, Michael Werner, Andrew Manning, Craig O'Brien. It is the 1990s. We will keep going. Peter Cransberg, Derek Kickett, Adrian Burns, Ian McMullen, Brad Fox, Todd Ridley, Gavin Wanganeen, Peter Philandia, Paul Hills, Paul Morris, David Robertson, Brendan Bauer, Sean Denham, Willie Dick, James Hurd, Michael Simons, Glenn Patrick, Stephen Alessio, Mark McCurry, David Calthorpe, Glenn Manton, Joe Mercedes, Tony Delaney, Dustin Fletcher, Rick O'Larenshaw, Chi, Cockatoo Collins, Ben Dorlan, Dale Kickett, Robert Stevenson, Damien Hardwick, Russell Williams, Ryan O'Connor, Barry Young, Scott Cummings, Lachlan Ross, Michael Pryor, Julian Kersner, Tim Darcy, Sean Lufat, Mark Fraser, Gary Moorcroft, Danny Morgan, Matthew Lloyd, Peter Berbikov, Sean Wellman, Scott Lucas, Paul Barnard, Justin Blumfield, Andrew Bomford, Blake Carosella, Matthew Banks, Andrew Yukovic, Jason Johnson, Chris Hefferman, Daniel McAllister, Matthew Watson, Mark Bolton, Steve Eastorg, Dean Solomon, Judd Lalich, Mark Johnson, Mark McVeigh, Elijah Gujic, Dean Rioli, Adam Ramanauskas, and Danny Jacob. You're not too wrong, Coves, but I've made a promise, so I am going to finish it. You can sort of tell that I'm sort of done with this challenge already, but I've already made a promise to finish it for you guys, so I better do it. You ready? Let's go. Where we've nearly done Essendon, we're making good progress. Aaron Henneman, Jonathan Robrin, Jordan Bannister, Mark Bullen, Robert Forster Knight, David Hill, Corey McGrath, Damien Peveril, Shane Harvey, Joel Reynolds, Ted Richards, Welsh. What? What was that? They could have just given me the other one, but where was I up to? Ted Richards, Joel Reynolds, Shane Harvey, Andrew Welsh, James Davies, Ken Hall, Sam Hunt, Damien Capito, Adam McPhee, Darren Walsh, Jason Winderlich, Job Watson, Ben Hayes, Matthew Allen, Kepler Bradley, Nathan Lovett-Murray, Justin Murphy, Brent Stanton, Mark Alvey, Rick Dyson, Jason Laycock, Angus Monfries, Tristan Cartledge, Ty Zantuck, Andrew Lovett, Paul Thomas, Henry Slattery, Courtney Johns, Jay Nash, Scott Camporelli, Paddy Ryder, Courtney Dempsey, Andrew Lee, Ben Jolly, Sam Lonigan, Richie Cole, Alwyn Davey, Leroy Jetta, Mal Michael, Basher Hooley, Tom Hislop, Scott Gumbleton, Kyle Reamers, Heath Hocking, Jane Eagle, Tate Pears, Jared Atkinson, Darcy Danaher, David Myers, Tom Bellchambers, Reese Magan, Cale Hooker, John Williams, Michael Hurley, Hayden Skipworth, Michael Quinn, David Zaharakis, and Brent Frismol. Whew. 2 more decades to go. Jake Carlisle, Travis Collier, Stuart Cramery, Kyle Hardingham, Ben. Is this going to do the same? No, it's not. I just want to make sure. Ben Howlett, Marcus Marigliani, Jake Melksham, Tyson Slattery, Mark Williams, Alex Brown, Dyson Heppel, Michael Hibbard, Michael Ross, Mark Bagley, Corey Deloio, Alex Kavanagh, Brendan Lee, Jackson Merritt, Nick O'Brien, Lachlan Dalglish, Joe Danaher, Brendan Goddard, Will Hams, Nick Comer, Patrick Ambrose, Jason Ashby, Kurt Aylett, Paul Chapman, Orazio Fantasia, Martin Gleason, Zach Merritt, Ariel Steinberg, Dylan Van Unen, Adam Cooney, Sean Edwards, Jonathan Giles, James Gwilt, Kyle Langford, Jaden Laverty, Connor McKenna, Sean McKernan, Craig Bird, Mitch Brown, Ryan Crowley, Matt Day, Aaron Francis, Nathan Greamer, Sam Grimley, Michael Hartley, Mark Jamar, James Kelly, Matthew Leuenberger, Jake Long, Anthony McDonald, Tip and Woody, Sam Michael, Darcy Parish, James Polkinghorn, Mason Redman, Jonathan Simpkin, Matthew Stokes, Josh Begley, Josh Green, Andrew McGrath, Ben McNeese, James Stewart, Dylan Clark, Matt Guelphy, Kobe Much, Jordan Ridley, Adam Saar, Devon Smith, Jake Stringer, Zach Clark, Braden Ham, Tom Jock, Dylan Shield, Will Snelling, Brandon Zirk Thatcher. 2020s, we're going straight in. Tom Cutler, Jacob Townsend, Mitchell Hibbard, Andrew Phillips, Ned Cahill, Sam Draper, Irving Mosquito, Jai Caldwell, Nick Cox, Nick Hind, Harrison Jones, Peter Wright, Archie Perkins, Alec Waterman, Zach Reed, Nick Bryan, Sam Durham, Kane Baldwin, Jake Kelly, Nick Martin, Tex Wanganeen, Ben Hobbs, Alistair Lord, Massimo D'Ambrosio, Jai Menzie, Alwyn Davey Jr., Will Setterfield, Sam Wiedemann, Elijah Sardis, Xavier Dersma, Todd Goldstein, Jade Gresham, Ben Mackay, Nate Caddy, and Archie Roberts. Whew. Essendon done. How many teams we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We got 15 left, I'm pretty sure. So this won't be so bad. It's only... Wait, what? Oh, no. We got Fitzroy first, don't we? I thought we had Fremantle. Although it's not too bad. It's only 10 instead of 12. We're closing in, though. Slowly. Alright, let's get this going. Ivan Astruck, Tom Banks, Jack Dalton, Pat Descrims, Jim Grace, Mick Grace, Pat Hickey. I need to update it to Fitzroy, don't I? I'm not going to forget this late. I'm not going to forget late this time. If I'm going to forget, I'm going to forget early. Ern Jenkins, Chris Kiernan, Percy Kimberly, Roger Lamley, Dick McCabe, Samuel McMichael, Bill McSpearin, Dan Moriarty, Jeff Moriarty, Arch Moorhead, Jerry Nolan, Ted Stainland, Jim Whelan, Tim Curran, Fred Nomans, Bert Rappaport, Alex Sloan, Paddy Noonan, Stan Reed, Bill Cleary, Bert Sharp, Joe Kerrigan, Charlie Cameron. Geez, he's playing for a Lions team a bit early. Didn't know he was that old. Mick Peppard, Henry Yeager, Alex Davidson, Hugh McEwen, Herb Nolan, Harry James, Kelly Robertson, Bill Dalton, Eddie Drohan, Charlie Jenkins, Bill Potter, Jim Tulloch, Arthur Davidson, Johnny Power, Charlie Doherty, Alf McDougall, Fred Fontaine, Harry Clark, George Shaw, Bill Thompson, Jack Days, Charlie Folletta, Tim Nolan, Tammy Beauchamp, Bob Hay, Jack Mulcahy. 1900s. Lou Barker, Gerald Brosnan, Archibald Middleton, Joe Grace, Dave McGrath, Gordon Ross, Bertie Lowell, Matt Paternoster, Jim Sharp, Percy Trotter, Alf Bartlett, Bob Smith, Alf Wilkinson, Frank Hintz, Frank Brophy, George Hutchinson, Henry Alder, Charlie Naismith, Wally Naismith, Mark Shea, George Cruz, Bill McCarthy, Arthur Gilligan, Sam Baker, Teddy Best, Herbert Milne, Jack Trahey, Fred Howard, Albie McDonald, Bill Griffiths, Charlie Martin, Bill Walker, Les Millis, Alf Sharp, Joe Johnson, Edgar Neen, Percy Sheehan, Bill Kelly, Paddy Shea, Hedley Tompkins, Fred Lethbridge, Gilbert Barker, Jack McDonough, Les Sharp, Sid Billings, Jack Holt, Sonny Douglas, George Elliott, Barclay Baileys, Sam, I'm not American, Sam Davidson, Reed Plastid, Frank Abbott, Jim Nayland, Roop Bradley, Joe Yulden, Lou Jacobs, Jimmy Luff, Bill Blacklock, Jack Cooper, Jack Dawson, Harold McLennan, Norm McLennan, Charlie Owen, Herb Bryan, Wally Johnson, Alf Appleton, Mick Mornane, George McWilliam, Tom Sadler, Jack Edgley, Arthur Trelaw, Billy Dick, Val Duncan, Bill Franklin, George Holden, Jim Thorpe, Bill Campbell, Charlie Taylor, Ned Richardson, Bill Dinsmore, Fred Forbes, Tom Norton, George Lambert, Clive Morrison, Arthur Newbound, Percy Parrott, Bill Payne, Jim Lynch, Arthur Ferguson, George Pike, Norm Richardson, Dave Earsman, Bernie Brophy, Bob Briggs, Sid O'Neill. 1910s. Fred Farrell, Burt Lenny, Jim Porter, Fred Scott, Fred Kirkwood, Bill Marchbank, Joe Brophy, Len Richardson, Bill Drew, Andy Patterson, Rob Raleigh, Herman Bartlett, George Featherston, Teddy Buist, Ernie Everett, Jack Furness, Frank Lamont, Tom Maloney, Danny Murphy, Eric Watson, Artie Freeman, Cliff Hutton, Fred Markby, George Shaw, Tom McCluskey, Tom Reardon, Thornton Clark, Fred Bamford, Clary Dole, Bill Moxon, Charlie Dow, Bruce Campbell, Charlie McMillan, Charlie Norris, Albie Sheehan, Arthur Francis, Jimmy Freak, Tom Willoughby, Billy Holmes, Tom Stronix, Hugh Heron, Percy Heron, Harry Collins, Bill Laver, Tom Wells, Jack Arthur, Bill Scott, Johnny Downs, George King, Roy Millen, Jim Toohey Sr., Artie Harrison, Ted McDonald, Don Monroe, Orm Fowler, Charlie Wells, Thomas Heaney, Jack Lonan, Billy Wilson, Harry Anderson, Chris Lethbridge, Roland Lynch, Jim Martin, Arthur Jones, Paddy Abbott, Bob Teasdale, George Patterson, Stan Rogerson, Dave Crone, Bill Stone, Harry Smith, Clive Fergie, Tom Lowry, Bert O'D, Teddy Purcell, Horry Jenkin, Bill Gibbard, Frank Ballantyne, Frank O'Keefe, Charlie Byrne, Bob King, Fred Moore, Bill Reeves, Maury Barrett, Harold Walker, Norm Barker, Bill Byrne, Frank Strawbridge, Jim Atkinson, Harry Powditch, Alex Kennedy, Jack O'Brien, Carl Keller, Len Wigraft, Doug Bennett, Gordon Rattray, Billy Billette, Clary Featherston, Stan Molan, Bill Thorpe, Cyril Zimmer, Wally Beckwith, Clary Sherry, Les Gaboud, Les Boyne, Norm Byron, Vic Nankervis, George Gow, Bob Scott, Joe Shorthill, Sid Smith, Bob Merrick, Bert Taylor, George Meir, Fred Keys. Moving on. I'm going to have the last of this water. I'll leave a little bit more, actually. Johnny Carter, Gordon McCracken, Len Gale, Bill McGilvray, Fred Williams, Fred Chanter, Dave G. McGrath, Alf Boyce, Fred Chapman, Don Hutchins, Harold Carter, Ern Elliott, Joe Scales, George Welsh, Harry Watson, Norm Lugg, Alf Key, Arnold Beetzel, Bill Hicks, Norm Cockram, Tommy Corrigan, Steve Donnellan, Hector McNeil, Percy Chalmers, Goldie Collins, John Hamilton, Les Warren, Alwyn Dalitz, Arch Dickens, Jim Tarberton, Arnie Watson, Les Bryan, Ern Michael, Jack Scales, Arthur Batchelor, Fred Beeson, Brian Cosgrave, Charlie Deslanders, Jack Moriarty, Bill Adams, Norm Collins, Doug Parks, Roy Snell, Len May, Bill Turner, Bobby Walker, George Gordon, Mike McMahon, Tom Hickey, Charlie Chapman, Frank Costigan, Jack O'Rourke, Reg Smith, Jack Millen, Stuart McLatchy, Eric Reichman, Eric Chatfield, David Coughlin, Bill Curtis, Gordon Helwig, Doug Anderson, Jack Cashman, Bert Kerry, Reg Knight, Vic Truman, Bob Allen, Lockie Wood, Ed Ryan, John Fitzgerald, Cyril Kemp, Fonz Hayes, Luke Brown, Lou Bowles, Roy Milne, Willis Reeve, Burt White, Clyde Tuvey, Steve Foley, John Hayes, Bill Williams, Bill Donald, George Gibbs, Jack Lean, George Waterhouse, Tasman Roberts, Eddie Schenk, Jim Shanahan, Doug Ringrose, Alan Johnston, Charlie McKinley, Jack Vale, Ned Kick, Frank Gibson, Robbie Gall, Tom Meehan, Henry Powell, Tommy Williams, Jack Buckley, Alex Byrne, Percy Ellis, Cecil Kerr, Paul Killen, Tom Lawrenson, Colin McKay, Colin Nevin, Norm Harris, Neville Higgins, Tommy Pratt, Ivan Sharp, Norm Stott, Arthur Cockram, Percy Roberts, Norm Beckham, Tom McCaffrey, Roy Finlayson, Roy Henry, Jim Watson, Johnny Davis, Les Scollard, Ted Shields, Alan Fitcher, Frank Pierce, Bob Hall, Len Hook. 1930s, Frank Beggs, Colin Benham, Fred Davies, Con Hogan, Gerald McKenzie, Harry Chalice, Jack Williams, Fred Smallhorn, Frank Raymond, Ken Vivers, Keith Fleming, Ken Mackey, Roy McDougall, Lindsay Fricker, Hayden Bunton Sr., Len Hasty, Austin Hogan, Les Pryor, Ray Niven, Harry Verdon, Dinny Dowd, Jack Rocci, Leo Bird, Tom Harrington, Harry Hartney, Roy Hearn, Horry Dawson, Ian Fleming, Fred Heinz, Stan Jones, Frank Fleming, Charlie Holmes, Frank Curcio, Mal McRae, Douglas Nichols, Laurie Plunkett, Jack Sexton, Len Stott, Harold Boyd, Ron Shapter, George Chapman, Phil Lane, Ernie Burns, Joe McKinley, Lou Sharp, Stan Castles, Ray Collar, John Ryan, Wally Gray, Alf Taggart, Wally Coates, Jack Cleary, Tommy Wells, Mickey Sharp, Alf Callick, Jock Cordner, Frank Donnellan, Dan Murray, Frank O'Rourke, Seth Parry, Wally Mitchell, Leslie Watt, Keith Marshall, Cleet Turner, Arthur Williams, Bruce Sharp, Keith Giffen, Claude Canaway, Jack Kidd, Bill Bedford, Rex Byrne, Len Pye, Bill Scheinford, Jim Steigenberger, Brian Goodhart, Charles Cameron, Alan Thompson, Maury Hearn, Bob Muir, Noel Fisher, Dennis Ryan, Bert Beard, Frank Seymour, Mel Rudd, Richie Saunders, Leo Maines, Ron Latham, Don Quartermain, Ted Griffin, Jim Toohey Jr., Alf Neeson, Wally O'Brien, Len Blackley, Keith McPhee, Norm Andrews, Cole Crawford, Arthur Hall, Tom Ledwidge, Russell McGuinness, Bob McLennan, Jack McConchy, Leo Monahan, Bill Warne, Peter Connell, Terry McKinn, John Caduch, Eric Clark, Ken Reed, Charlie O'Leary, Joe O'Meara, Les Amers, Bob Fitzsimmons, Jock McKenzie, Arthur Edwards, Bruce Calvary, Tom Ree, Alan White, Lee Hewson, Laurie Morgan, Bernie Treeweek, Tommy Lasky, Bill Bunworth, Wally Mutimer, Audley Gillespie Jones, Mick Hewson, Bill Lowenthal, Vic Carroll, Dick Noble, Charlie Bartling, Tom Butherway, Len Smith, Reg Trigg, Charlie Young, Alan Nealon, Neil Boyd, Jeff Daly, Fred Backway, Arch Knott, Clen Denning, Bertie Minnie, Jack Norman, Fred Houston, Gordon Dennis, Peter Revel, Bob Sayers, Harry Jacobs, Jack Wegner, Arthur Hart, Len Catton, Alf Hurley, Ingy Norman, Noel Price, Claude Curtin, Jim Taggle, Keith Stackpole, Alan Fields, Norm Billard, Ted Besford, Lou Martin, Mick Keegry. I think we're halfway there. We are halfway there. Alright. 1940s. Alf Clay, Kevin Fox, Ted Hill, Bob Merrick, Shadrach James, Lindsay McNamara, Des Calverley, Keith Forbes, Sid McGain, Stan Wright, Bert Clay, Walter Dudley, Lindsay Dyring, Alan Ruthven, Alan Moyer, Ken Sire, Albert Collier, Les Hill, Ivor Clay, Eddie Hart, Colin Cox, Harold Powell, Jeff Nichols, Bill Jones, Bob Robinson, Bruce Bridges, Leon Jimel, Doug Oliphant, Len Toyne, George Watson, Jim Hallahan, Reg Hammond, Vin Doherty, Jack Grant, Angie Moller, Leo Hicks, Bernie McVeigh, Arthur O'Brien, Billy Hall, George Hoskins, Wally Miller, Les Powell, Max Rippon, Stan Dawson, Harold Winberg, Merv Brooks, Doug Brown, Ralph Patman, Jack Lancaster, Bob McHenry, Ted Tompkins, Bernie Fife, Monty Horan, Adrian Hearn, Dennis Hall, Bill Spokes, Billy Walsh, Wally Bristow, Laurie Bickerton, Charlie Linney, Jack Harrow, Noel Jarvis, Norm Johnston, Jack Simons, Laurie Crouch, Jack Collins, Jim Kettle, Peter Dalwood, Ed White, Don Hammond, Harold Schillinglaw, Jim Brown, Alan McLaughlin, Merv Smith, Vic Chanter, Norm Reedy, Reg Nichols, Bob Miller, Stan Vandersloos, Alan Broadway, Bill Stephen, Don Chip, George Coates, Heinz Ton, Dick Kennedy, Neil O'Reilly, Jack Toohey, Lou Owens, Kevin Hart, Ron Kinder, Ken Ross, Keith Williams, Wall Alexander, Eric Moore, Jerry Sire, Gordon Brunin, Bill Charlson, Alan Gale, Jack Gaffney, Ron Simpson, Norm Smith, Barry Waters, Ray Donnellan, Jack Streety, Don Furness, Eddie Goodger, Ron Bickley, Ron Wright, Reg Milburn. That's not Jake Rippon's grandpa, is it? Well, I don't know. I'm having a quick snack break. We're actually doing pretty well. I think we're on track. I think we're on track. Alright. How long have we been live for? We've nearly hit the 3 hour mark. And we've done Adelaide, Brisbane Bears, Brisbane Lions, Carlton, Collingwood, Essendon, and we're nearly done with Fitzroy. Alan Sorrell, Ron Dunn, Lance Watson, Arthur Fitt. Don Hart, Jack Gervasoni, Fred Anderson, Tom McGee, Greg Laurie, Noel Carroll, Bob Roberts, Neville Broderick, Tony Ongarolo, Colin Davey, Ray Millington, Kevin Wright, George Ashman, Kevin Blizzard, John Harding, Joe Hickey, Jack McGregor, Vin Williams, Joe Murphy, Kevin Tame, Arnie Bench, Tom Meehan, Reg Renwick, Graham Spooner, Kevin Darrigan, Jim Cusack, Ern Tricky, John Ford, Keith Webb, Ben Bob, Billy Bob, Bob Henderson, Graham Knights, Charlie Wanhope, Ron Morgan, Brian Pert, Ken Chambers, John Barrett, Ray Davies, Gordon Proudfoot, Owen Abrahams, Rod Vernon, Ron Harvey, Jeff Patterson, James Chapman, Leo Smith, Eddie Tucker, Reg Carr, Bob Collins, Toby Elder, Nath, Alan Anton, Kevin Murray, Wally Clark, Ron Smith, Bobby Wilson, John Charles, Laurie Jarman, Bill Smith, Matt Cunningham, Max Galpin, Brian Lane, Graham McKenzie, Ken Seymour, Ian Ashton, Graham Gotch, Graham Campbell, Colin Dodd, Ivan Smith, Dave Chivers, Jack Clancy, John Hutchinson, John Shelton, Ken Grimley, Stan Whitemore, Barry Roberts, Keith Rocho, Bruno Zorzi, Ken Jones, Ray Slocum, Alan Chip, Brian Barkley, Tom Broadbent, Phil Rocho, Keith Wygard, Les Hewson Jr., Gordon Dixon, Jim Brockman, Keith Bromwich, Colin McNeil, Barry Piggott, Alan Lynch, Jeff Hill, Les Russell, Alan Wilson. Next, Russell Crowe, Bruce McMaster Smith, Stuart Duncan, John Powell, John Embry, Brian Wicks, John Hayes, John Carmody, David Sykes, Ian Powell, Colin Bond, Brian Clemens, Bill Stevens, Wayne Eastman, John Barhan, Jeff Elliott, Graham Klein, Max Myers, Bill O'Kane, Norm Brown, Ian McRae, Jim Reniff, Bob Beattie, Colin Sleep, Brian Beers, Bob Eastway, Gary Lazarus, Brett Pollock, Brian Williams, Alan Anderson, Doug Hellings, Stan Hagg, Barry Rippon. We got another Rippon in the family. Joe Dixon, Kevin Ellis, Ron Fry, Brian Carroll, Ted Lovett, Jeff Doubleday, Tony Hurst, Barry Fitzgerald, Barry Sadler, Terry O'Mara, Bill Storer, Graham Gunninan, David McKenzie, Ralph Rogerson, Colin McRae, John Newnham, Eric Vina, Kevin Mitchell, Ross King, Alan Quaife, Graham Ramshaw, Graham Calverley, Bob Lynch, Daryl Peoples, John Booth, Lance Bean, Brian Hepper, Jim Kemp, Frank Johnson, Peter Wood, Ray Calverley, Brendan Hackwell, Dennis Hewson, Terry Brady, Bob Hayton, Peter Williams, John O'Keefe, Max Cole, Bob Carroll, Mike Andrews, Peter Corcoran, Um, Colin Hobbs, Paul O'Brien, Trevor Dawson, Harry Corbett, Russell Cromartie, Bernie Drury, Kingsley Ellis, Trevor McGregor, Kevin Oakley, Kevin Parker, Cease Reinberg, Alex Rusklick, George Kerry, Rod Cobain, Paul Hodgson, Dennis Aspinall, Vern Drake, John Bennison, Ross Embom, John Murphy, Gary Ebbels, David Wall, Noel Zunerberg, Barry Knight, Gavin Smith, Mike Hallahan, Dick Tefford, Andrew Cooker, Darryl Herod, Barry McKenzie, Barry Padley, Bill Walford, Ross Parker, Hugh Worrell, John Atkinson, Jack Austin, David Rhodes, Doug Searle, Graham Scherer, Norm Dare, Harold Martin, Shane Malloy, Bruce Barker, Lee Robertson, Bill Sykes, Harvey Merrigan, Peter Ellis, Bob Hodgkin, Peter Waitman, Paul Shanahan, Robert Ireland. 1970s. All right, we're getting there. We'll take a break after Fitzroy, all right, I reckon. Or maybe Fremantle. Alan Thompson, Warwick Irwin, John Duckworth, Laurie Bennett, Graham Renwick, Ray Salt, Trevor Lloyd, Laurie Richards, Lyle Skinner, Gary Wilson, Jack Newton, Renato Serafini, Ian McCulloch, Glenn Robertson, Jim Christou, Ray Brain, John Formosa, Mark Amos, Jeff Austin, Greg Booth, Jerry Noonan, David McMahon, Kevin O'Keefe, Alan Sinclair, Chris Smith, Colin Cruz, Karen Hayes, Andrew Lucas, Dean Farnham, Ian Miller, Neville Taylor, Dan Harrington, Don Whitford, Rod Carter, Wayne Linton, Graham Weatherly, Rod Appleton, Peter Rusklick, Robert Shepherd, Graham Allen, Ian McGuinness, John Lorenzi, Jeff Clifton, John Lewis, Alex Dwyer, John Christou, Ron Alexander, Bob Beecroft, Brian Brown, Gary Chapman, Leon Goonan, Max George, Grant Fowler, Tim Godfrey, Neil McLeod, Greg Park, Peter Brown, Chris Hansen, Peter Johnston, Kalev Van, Shane Gilmore, Russ Hodges, Laurie Serafini, Wayne Duke, Mick Conlon, Alan Holmes, Glenn Ward, Graham Bucks, John Fraser, Gerald McCartney, Grant Laurie, John Blair, Noel McGavin, Bernie Quinlan, Peter Keys, Robert Walls, Reno Preto, Malcolm Bramley, Kevin Higgins, Keith McLeod, Max Richardson, Michael Poynton, Leon Harris. 1980s. Darryl Cox, Philip Early, Lee McConnon, Len Thompson, Craig Brady, Rod Lewis, Ross Thornton, Bruce Chambers, David Rankin, John Rantoul, Mick Gilmore, Frank Marchesani, Larry Watson, Les Parrish, Glenn Coleman, Andrew Veal, Peter Foster, Jeff Everett, Graham Hinchin, Lee Murnane, Matt Rendell, Terry O'Neill, Scott Clayton, Lee Carlson, Des Herbert, John Casson, Peter Francis, Mark Eves, Michael Coates, Brad Gotch, Gary Pert, Paul Roos, Andrew Merriweather, Jan Smith, Richard Osborne, Grant O'Reilly, Gary Sidebottom, Brett Grimley, Bill Loken, Michael Reeves, Michael Nettlefold, Mark Scott, Doug Barwick, Dean Turner, Graham Williamson, Craig McGrath, Tim Peckin, Peter Burke, Jamie Cooper, Kevin Taylor, Bernie Harris, Graham Osborne, Andrew Cross, Darren Murphy, Paul Tilley, Tony Sapaspolos, Gary Keane, Shane Hallas, Scott McIver, Philip Knight, Grant Thomas, Michael Gibson, David Crutchfield, Ross Lyon, John Blakey, Michael Gale, Dwayne Rowe, Murray Brown, Jim Wynn, Chris Stacey, Peter McCormack, David Mitchell, Mark Dwyer, Brendan Ryan, Stuart Cameron, Darren Bolden, Matthew Armstrong, Chris Duthie, Darren Kapler, Brett Stevens, Ken Hinkley, Keith Thomas, Mark Trewiller, Michael Roberts, Darren Handley, Alan Sidebottom, Tony Carafa, Paul McLean, Jamie Shaw, Christopher Taylor, Robert Bolson, David Strooper, Terry Broad, John Ironmonger, Alistair Lynch, Darren Lutitz, Andrew Brockhurst, Paul Broderick, Stephen Newman, Carl Delina, Brad Edwards, Wally Matera, Brendan McCormack, Kevin Catton, Tony Edwards, Peter Burke, Darren Weldon, Jason Baldwin, Dean Lopson. And then the last decade for Fitzroy, Roger Delaney, Dale Kickett, Chris Waterson, Mark Athorn, Matthew Dundas, Robert Cummings, Jason Taylor, Mark Bunn, Andrew Johnson, Darren Collins, Nick Beardsley, Matthew Burke, Joe Cormack, Brad Davis, Brenton Clabe, David O'Connell, Shane Stevenson, Jamie Elliott, Frank Bizzotto, Dean Harding, David Noble, Peter Caven, Justin McGrath, Stephen Paxman, David Donato, Darren Wilkinson, Jamie Bond, Paul Abbott, Jeremy Gard, Paul Morris, Marcus Seacamp, Gavin Excel, Dale Fleming, Chris Barrett, Brad Boyd, Peter Sartori, David Johnston, Ashley Matthews, Michael Dunstan, Mark Zanotti, James Manson, John McCarthy, Danny Morton, Simon Hawking, Anthony McGregor, Darren Payne, Tom Kavanagh, David Bain, Trent Cummings, Jeff Hogg, Kieran Spawn, Stephen Stretch, John Barker, Chris Johnson, Jared Malloy, Matthew Dent, Nick Mitchell, Rowan Wharf, Brett Cook, Nigel. I need to plug my charger back. Sorry you couldn't hear that. Rowan Wharf, Brett Cook, Nigel Palfreyman, Simon Atkins, Brett Chandler, Doug Hawkins, Wayne Lamb, Matthew Manfield, Martin Pike, Andrew Cavedon, Darren Holmes, Peter Bird, Adam McCarthy, Anthony Mellington, John Rambotis, Jeff Bruce, Peter Doyle, Marty Worry, Scott Bamford, Brad Cassidy, Mick Dwyer, Matthew Primus, Nick Carter, Shane Clayton, Brent Frewen, Jason Ramsey, and Robert McMahon. Well, that is Fitzroy done. Right, Fremantle now. Ben, we'll take a break after. I might have a quick drink. Alright. Ben Allen, Winston Abraham, Peter Bell, Craig Burrows, Matthew Burton, Scott Chisholm, Tony Delaney, Gary Durkay, Scott Edwards, Phil Gilbert, Chris Groom, Dale Kickett, Brendan Crimmel, Quentin Leach, Peter Mann, Jamie Merillo, David Muir, Jason Norrish, Stephen O'Reilly, Todd Ridley, Scott Walters, Travis Edmonds, Anthony Jones, Greg Madigan, Andrew McGovern, Peter Miller, Lee Wardle Johnson, Andrew Wills, John Hutton, Shane Parker, Jeff White, Sean McManus,
Neil Mildenhall, Clinton Wolfe, Craig Callahan, Brendan Retzelf, Kingsley Hunter, Brad Wirra, Mark Gale, Jay Burton, Daniel Bandy, Tony Godden, Greg Harding, David Hines, Gavin Mitchell, Brad Rowe, Clive Waterhouse, Michael Brown, Steve Coops, Luke, James Clement, Daniel Parker, Heath Black, Matthew Clucas, Trent Carroll, Jeff Sinclair, Martin Whitelaw, Chris Bond, Brad Dodd, Adrian Fletcher, Clem Michael, Stuart Anderson, Daniel Hargraves, Brendan Fadima, Brody Holland, Paul Marr, James Walker, Tony Modra, Ashley Prescott, Garth Taylor, Darren Bolton, Andrew Ship, Michael Clark, Anthony Grover, Justin Longmuir. Birdo said that. Okay, alright. I don't really care, Gus. 2000s. Lee Brown, Troy Cook, Brendan Fuster, Paul Hazelby, Troy Longmuir, Matthew Pavlich, Brad Bootsma, Daniel Shell, Ben Cunningham, Matthew Carr, Dion Woods, Daniel Metropolis, Adam McPhee, Simon Eastor, Robbie Hadrill, Kieran Ugle, Dwayne Simpson, Trent Crode, Paul Medhurst, Graham Polak, Andrew Sygett, Jeff Farmer, Troy Simmons, Daniel Haynes, Andrew Brown, Scott Thornton, Luke McFarlane, Roger Hayden, Des Headland, Aaron Sanderlands, Byron Shammer, Luke Webster, Riley Dunn, Daniel Gilmore, Ryan Murphy, Dylan Smith, Stephen Dodd, Josh Carr, Michael Johnson, David Mundy, Jared Schofield, Ryan Crowley, Brett Peake, Paul Duffield, Michael Warren, Adam Campbell, Marcus Drum, Dean Solomon, Chris Tarrant, Robert Warnock, Clayton Collard, Garrick Ibbotson, Andrew Foster, Brock O'Brien, Mark Johnson, Chris Main, Reese Palmer, Leighton Hinkley, Kepler Bradley, Josh Head, Stephen Hill, Nick Subin, Greg Broughton, Matt DeBoer, Luke Pratt, Clancy Pierce, Michael Walters, Hayden Ballantyne, Zach Clark, Tim Ruffles, Jaden Van Berlo. Not gonna lie, Quill would bust to a stream. I'm not gonna finish that. 2010s. Michael Barlow, Anthony Morabito, Alex Silvani, Nat Fife, Dylan Robertson, Jesse Crichton, Justin Bollenhagen, Jaden Pitt, Nick Lower, Jack Anthony, Tendai Mzungu, Nathan Griffin, Ben Bukavaz, Josh Mellington, Peter Fawkes, Casey Sibasado, Zach Dawson, Lockie Neal, Lee Spur, Hayden Crozier, Cam Sutcliffe, Tom Sheridan, Daniel Pierce, Tanner Smith, Jack Hanath, Matt Taberner, Viv Mitchie, Alex Forster, Craig Moller, Josh Simpson, Colin Sylvia, Michael Apenis, Max Duffy, Alex Pierce, Lockie Weller, Ed Langdon, Jacob Ballard, Connor Blakely, Brady Gray, Ethan Hughes, Darcy Tucker, Sam Collins, Shane Yarran, Bradley Hill, Joel Hamling, Shane Kirsten, Cam McCarthy, Griffin Logue, Harley Ballick, Luke Ryan, Brennan Cox, Sean Darcy, Josh DeLuca, Ryan Hughes, Harley Bennell, Brandon Matera, Andrew Brayshaw, Nathan Wilson, Bailey Banfield, Adam Chera, Mitch Croden, Taylor Duman, Scott Jones, Stefan Giro, Sam Swikowski, Reese Conker, Lockie Schultz, Travis Collier, Rory Lobb, Jesse Hogan, Brett Bewley, Jason Carter, Hugh Dixon, and the 2020s. Good stuff, Skipper. Thank you, Craig. James Aish, Sam Sturt, Hayden Young, Caleb Sarong, Blake Akers, Michael Frederick, Tobe Watson, Liam Henry, Lloyd Meek, Heath Chapman, Josh Tracy, Brandon Walker, Joel Weston, Will Brodie, Jordan Clark, Nathan O'Driscoll, Neil Erasmus, Jai Amos, Jager O'Meara, Luke Jackson, Matthew Johnson, Corey Wagner, Josh Corbett, Carl Warner, Ethan Stanley, Tom Emmett, Jeremy Sharp, Oscar McDonald, Josh Draper, Cooper Smith, Patrick Voss, Hugh Davis, Liam Reedy. That is Fremantle done. That was fairly quick. But now we have another nightmare in Geelong. So I'm just gonna check. I don't want you to hear this audio, so I just want to quickly go and say hello to streams. I'll be right back.
straight to the point. I found marijuana in the house. And while I never thought of myself as the type of father who'd have to drug test his kids, I'm willing to do just that if that's what it takes to find out who brought a joint into this house.
Dad, Lucy found something too.
Dad, I found a joint in Mom's dresser drawer.
You couldn't hear me that whole time. Okay. Do you trust that I said the words then? Do you trust that I said up to 1940s? Do you trust that I said all that? Because you did see. I just want to make sure that you trust that I've done all that. You trust that you could hear. You trust that I was doing it right. Okay, I can continue then. Thank you. Ray Jones, Andy Larkins, Neil Rutsu, Heath McKee, George Gunneenan, Jim Norman, Jack Stevens, Joel Rayson, Bill McMaster, Les Reed, Loy Stewart, Ron Hovey, Don Scott, Peter Pianto, Burt Warner, Alan Reed, Doug Palmer. I haven't put that I was... I think I skipped it. I skipped Fregnell too. I'm up to... That's better. Loy Stewart, Ron Hovey, Don Scott, Peter Pianto, Brett Warner, Alan Reed, Doug Palmer, Jeff Williams, Merv Richardson, Norm Sharp, Tony Walsh, Sid Smith Jr., George Swarbrick, Peter West, Harry Herbert, Ivan Baumgartner, Bruce Murray, John McMahon, Les Borak, Jim Roberts, Don Warland, Ken Cameron, John O'Neill, Maury Gear, Howard Hawking, Don O'Hara, Bob Wiltshire, Bob Gazzard, Glenn Bowe, Ken Beardsley, Matt Goggin, John O'Connell, Clive Brown, Max Sutcliffe, Bruce Ferrari, Colin Barton, Jeff Umbers, Roger Bullen, Ron Haygarth, George McGrath, Fred Wooler, Les May, Bruce Bartle, John Goldsmith, Fred Ledoux, John Helmer, Eric Nichols, Bernie Ryan, Ray Harrop, Doug Long, Ian O'Halloran, Bill James, Bernie Crow, Martin Burke, Alan Byron, Reg Fisher, John Warland, Colin Rice, Peter Barron, Max Hetherington, John Laird, Rod West, Ron Smith, Frank Fitzpatrick, Neville Martin, Bruce Peake, Ross Sutherland, John Thomas, Terry Mountain, Peter Campbell, Peter Falconer, Bill Goggin, George Flanagan, Bill Cook, Graham Ross, Cliff Palmer, Barry Kugel, Stan Harrison, John Yeats, Alistair Lord, Gavin Morris, Gavin Moran, Fred Mundy, Hugh Earnshaw, Frank Pomeroy, Greg Major, Dale Mather, Paul Vinar, Ken Goodland, Ron V. Targ, Alex Perry, Hugh Routley, Tony Bolton, Ron Murray, Brian Sharp, 1960s. We'll keep going. John Brown, John Devine, Stuart Lord, Dennis Zanoni, Peter Walker, Bill Miller, Alan Cook, John Fox, Terry Callan, David Hinchcliffe, Bruce Webb, Barry Ward, Gary Hammer, Doug Wade, Roy West, Daryl Stevens, Bob Norman, Anthony Tony Polinelli, Neil Sutherland, Terry Tate, Brian Lowe, Graham O'Donnell, Graham Farmer, Jeff Rosenow, Bill Hosking, Brian Brushfield, John Sharrock, John Watts, Gordon Hines, Colin Eales, Bill Ryan, Ian Williams, Ian Scott, Wayne Closter, Kevin Kirkpatrick, Sam Newman, Dennis Marshall, Alan Teasdale, Ron Hosking, Gareth Andrews, Alan Barr, Ricky Graham, Graham Hunter, Terry Farman, Ken Newland, David Brown, Gordon Reed, Ken Gladman, Darryl Herod, Brian Churgwin, John Davies, Jeff Ainsworth, Chris Mitchell, Roger Marsden, Barry Primer, Ian Nankervis, Hugh Strahan, John Brown, John Nowak, John Scarlett, Phil Stevens, Ian Hampshire, Tony Gilmore, Phil Smith, Jared O'Loughlin, Ray O'Rourke, David Harris, Pat Patterson, Jeff Bates. 1970, Kevin Higgins, Stuart Palfreyman, Jim Wright, Tim Colley, Jeff Klein, Phil Evans, Robert Adams, Bruce Nankervis, Peter Link, Doug Stevenson, Shane McCarthy, David Clark, Peter N. Stevens, Peter Brown, Rod Stokes, Michael Woolner, Warwick Yates, Brian Martella, Tim Evans, John Friend, Rod Blake, Ray Haynes, Graham Link, David Barkley, Terry Main, Greg Wells, Gary Davidson, Robert Watman, Greg Lindquist, Ivan Russell, Paul Serra, Chris Lynch, Larry Donahue, Jack Hawkins, Harvey Davis, Michael Hawkins, Ian Lutus, Mark Brown, Ricky Brown, Lee Crawford, Keith Miller, John Preen, Peter Doyle, Barry Eddy, Rex Deeth, Kevin Sheehan, Michael Turner, David Armour, Rex Hunt, Jeff Cassidy, Robert Neal, Doug Scale, Alan Woodman, Murray Gilmore, Brian Cousins, David Scott, Phil Baker, Bruce Thompson, Graham Landy, Terry Bright, David Manson, Murray Whitcomb, Colin Nish, Gary Malarkey, Andy McGillivray, Peter Risklick, Ray Card, John Brimacombe, Andy Preston, Jeff Fairing, Jared Fitzgerald, Paul Jeffries, Wayne Hovey, Robert Stephen, Tom Floyd, Malcolm Reed, Russell Kohler, Neville Bruns, Craig Dowsett, Kelvin Matthews, John Burns, Glenn Middlemiss, John Mossop, John Durnan, Peter Johnston, Mark Boss, Peter Featherby, Mario Boletto, Greg Nichols, Morris O'Keefe, Zane Taylor, Stephen Lunn, Richard Murray, Dale Smith, Mark Yates, Jan Smith, Steve Reynoldson, Gary Sidebottom, Ramsey Bogunovich, Alan Mangles, Phil Harrison, Bernard Toohey, Leo King, Brian Peake, Darren Flanagan, Phil Maddock, Andrew Buse, Peters like Zeichler, David O'Keefe, Damien Drum, Stephen Nichols, Rod Waddle, Craig Cleef, Tim Darcy, Clark, Carl Fedke, Michael Cole, Dennis Lenigan, Nigel Cole, Alan Reed, Damien Christensen, Damien Burke, Ross Christensen, Basil Flynn, Darren Troy, Gary Ablett Sr., David Bolton, Rob Hawkins, Mark Jackson, Greg Williams, Ray Byrne, Gary Johns, Darren Jackson, Ray Sarvich, Darren Morgan, Ron Watt, Mick Lenigan, David Simpson, Stephen Hawking, Marty Christensen, Bruce Lindner, Kevin Ablett, Paul Couch, Craig Alderdice, Shane Williams, Michael Schultz, Jared Toohey, Russell Mitchell, John Hoyles, Scott Morfett, Billy Brownless, Craig Evans, David Cameron, Barry Stoneham, Stephen Carey, Peter White, Scott Hosking, John Fitzgerald, Robert Scott, Mark Bairstow, Dwayne Russell, Gavin Excel, Gary Hocking, Gary Cameron, Peter Baldwin, Sean Denham, Austin McCrabb, Darren Denneman, Shane Hamilton, Tim Burke, Ken Hinkley, Ray Sterrett, Andrew Rogers, Spiro Malakelis, Adrian Fletcher. No, I'm not saying that. Veetham Gunner. I don't know how to say your name, but I'm not saying that. 1990s. Brett Bailey, Michael Durry, Trevor Poole, David Wellesby, Brett Hungerford, Tony Malakelis, Gary Phillips, Paul Brown, Mark Neild, Darren Forsman, Michael Mansford, Stephen Hooper, Sean Simpson, Jamie Lamb, Andrew Wills, Russell Merriman, Trevor Spencer, John Barnes, Stephen Handley, Tim McGrath, Jeff Miles, Anthony Darcy, David Mensch, Peter Riccardi, Martin Hefferman, Andrew McNish, Adrian Hickmott, Darren Steele, Lee Willison, Stephen O'Reilly, Liam Pickering, Paul Lynch, Lee Tudor, Lee Colbert, Ben Graham, Shane Brewer, Kane Little, Aaron Lord, Grant Tanner, Daniel Fletcher, Christian O'Brien, Shane Crothers, Robert DeRosa, Brent Sanderson, Brad Scholl, Derek Hall, John Cunningham, James McLaw, Craig Bitterscombe, Tim Allen, Ronnie Burns, Martin McKinnon, Jason Snell, Glenn Kilpatrick, Stephen King, Clint Bizzle, Matthew Robbins, Carl Steinford, Paul Corrigan, Darren Milburn, Tim Hargreaves, Adam Houlihan, Cameron Roberts, Daniel Lothar, Brett Spinks, Tim Finocchiaro, Hamish Simpson, James Rahilly, Justin Wood, Mark Woolner, Lee Brockman, Joel McKay, Matthew Scarlett, Simon Arnott, Scott Bamford, Tristan Lynch, James Mooney, David Wojcinski, David Clark, Paul Lindsay, and Tom Harley. 2000s. David Springs, Danny O'Brien, Daniel Foster, Cameron Ling, Paul Chapman, Joel Corey, Cameron Mooney, Marcus Baldwin, Justin Murphy, Mitchell White, Corey Enright, Peter Street, Kent Kingsley, Josh Hunt, Gary Ablett Jr., Jimmy Bartell, Brent Grigich, David Johnson, Max Rook, Paul Chambers, Steve Johnson, James Kelly, Charlie Gardner, Will Slade, Matthew McCarthy, Brent Maloney, Henry Playfair, Tim Cullen, David Haynes, Kane Tenace, Andrew Mackey, David Lotes, Shane Burns, Paul Coloritus, yep, Matthew Egan, Brad Ottens, Cameron Thurley, Tom Lonigan, Mark Blake, Nathan Ablett, Brent Prismal, Matthew Stokes, Matthew Spencer, Ryan Gamble, Joel Selwood, Tom Hawkins, Travis Varco, Trent West, Harry Taylor, Shane Mumford, Simon Hogan, Nathan Jakura, Tom Gillies, Jeremy Ladler. Happy New Year's Eve. Thank you, Main Stallion. Alright, 2010s. If you don't know already, I'm only going to check chat once I've done reading out a decade. Mitch Duncan, Stephen Motlop, James Podsiadly, Dawson Smith, Taylor Hunt, Daniel Menzel, Cameron Guthrie, Alan Christensen, Nathan Vardy, Josh Cowan, Mitch Brown, Billy Smeds, Orrin Stevenson, George Horland Smith, Jesse Stringer, Jonathan Simpkin, Lincoln McCarthy, Jordan Schroeder, Jordan Murdoch, Jackson Sheringham, Josh Walker, Mark Blitzarves, Josh Caddy, Jared Rivers, Jackson Thurlow, George Burberry, Hamish McIntosh, Jed Buse, Brad Hartman, Darcy Lang, Shane Kirsten, Mitch Clark, Nakia Cockatoo, Corey Gregson, Reece Stanley, Sam Blease, Michael Luxford, Jake Colajasny, Patrick Dangerfield, Lockie Henderson, Zach Smith, Tom Ruggles, Sam Menegola, Scott Selwood, Brandon Parfitt, Tom Stewart, Zach Tui, James Parsons, Aaron Black, Mark O'Connor, Jordan Kaneko, Wiley Buzzer, Zach Guthrie, Sam Simpson, Lockie Fogarty, Tim Kelly, Asava Radigalia, Jack Henry, Stuart Cramry, Jermaine Jones, Quinton Narkle, Ryan Abbott, Tom Atkins, Jordan Clark, Charlie Constable, Luke Dalhouse, Brian Myers, Gary Rowe, Darcy Fort. And then the 2010s, this is probably the quickest I've done, one of the older clubs. Jack Stephen, Brad Close, Josh Jenkins, Ben Jarvis, Sean Higgins, Isaac Smith, Francis Evans, Max Holmes, Sam DeConing, Jeremy Cameron, Nathan Kruger, Tyson Stengel, Oliver Dempsey, Mitch Nevitt, Cooper Stevens, Shannon Neal, Jonathan Segler, Tanner Bruin, Oliver Henry, Jack Bowes, Cooper White, Jai Clark, Oisin Mullen, Toby Conway, Ted Closey, Sean Manor, Connor O'Sullivan, Lawson Humphreys. Alright, that is Geelong out the way. It's not going to take a day. I've been doing well. Gold Coast and GWS will take like 5 minutes. Who's the next big team we've got? Hawthorn. How many players have Hawthorn got? I don't know. Then you got Hawthorn, Melbourne, North Melbourne. Then you got Port Adelaide, which will be short, Richmond, which will be long, Sydney, which will be long, St Kilda, which will be long. Then I think that's University, which will be short. West Coast, which will be short, and then Bulldog slash Footscray, which will be pretty. At least we'll probably finish it before 12. All right. The Gold Coast Suns. This will be one of the quickest. Gary Ablett Jr., Harley Bennell, Nate. I forgot to start. I'm going to do that before I start now. I did Geelong. Oh, how good is my new keyboard? My new keyboard is sweet. Gary Ablett Jr., Nathan Bock, Jared Brennan, Campbell Brown, Charlie Dixon, John Fraser, Jared Hardbrow, Daniel Harris, Carmichael Hunt, Nathan Cracker, Mark Locke, Alec Magan, Brandon Matera, Trent McKenzie, Dion Prestia, Michael Riscatelli, Zach Smith, Danny Stanley, David Swallow, Seb Tape, Josh Toy, Michael Code, Daniel Gorringe, Maverick Weller, Luke Russell, Matt Shaw, Jack Hutchins, Sam Illies, Stephen May, Liam Patrick, Sam Day, Joseph Day, Tom Lynch, Tom Nichols, Taylor Hine, Rex Liddy, Hayden Jolly, Joel Wilkinson, Rory Thompson, Jeremy Taylor, Nathan Ablett, Tom Hickey, Joel Tippett, Josh Caddy, Jacob Gilby, Aaron Hall, Matthew Warnock, Kyle Horsley, Andrew McWalter, Alex Sexton, Josh Hall, Jackson Allen, Piers Flanagan, Greg Broughton, Tom Murphy, Jay Romera, Jesse Lonergan, Tim Sumner, Andrew Boston, Lee Osborne, Clay Cameron, Sean Lemons, Jack Martin, Cade Collie-Jasny, Lewis Herbert, Jack Leslie, Jared Garlett, Mitch Hallahan, Nick Malcheski, Took Miller, Adam Sard, Josh Glenn, Henry Shade, Andrew Rains, Keegan Brooksby, Peter Wright, Callum Archie, Ryan Davis, Matt Rosa, Daniel Curry, Jared Grant, Mackenzie Willis, Darcy McPherson, Jesse Joyce, Josh Schoenfield, Braden Fiorini, Ben Ainsworth, Michael Barlow, Jack Bowes, Pierce Hanley, Jared Lyons, Jared Witz, Brad Shear, Will Brodie, Jack Scrimshaw, Max Spencer, Nick Holman, Lockie Weller, Aaron Young, Charlie Ballard, Braden Crossley, Jacob Heron, Jacob Dawson, Will Powell, Chris Burgess, Sam Collins, Jack Hompsch, George Holland Smith, Jack Lukosius, Anthony Miles, Jordan Murdoch, Josh Corbett, Ben King, Corey Ellis, Caleb Graham. How much is my... I'm going to wait a bit longer for me to plug my mic back in. 2020s. Noah Anderson, Connor Buderick, Brandon Ellis, Hugh Greenwood, Matt Rao, Isaac Rankin, Jeremy Sharp, Sam Flanders, Jai Farah, Oleg Markov, Rory Atkins, Malcolm Roses, Joel Jeffrey, Jacob Townsend, Alex Davis, Levi Casbolt, Marbior Chol, Charlie Constable, Huega Owe, James Cetus, Elijah Hollins, Mac Andrew, Ben Long, Bodie Hewland, Bailey Humphrey, Ned Moyle, Tom Berry, Lloyd Johnston, Jed Walter, Sam Closey, Will Graham, Ethan Reed, Jake Rogers. Thank you, Dimitri. I do not. Gus, can you please hide that? Can you please delete that comment? Skibbity Skipper, I'm going to do an overnight StreamYard. You better be there. You better join, otherwise Quill will do not. That is if I have time to by then. Right, Gold Coast is done. We've now got to do GWS. Alright. Thomas Bug, Jeremy Cameron, Stephen Caniglio, Chad Corns, Phil Davis, Israel Folau, Jonathan Giles, Toby Green, Curtly Hampton, Jack Hompsch, Will Hoskin Elliott, Adam Kennedy, James McDonald, Tim Moore, Reese Palmer, Dylan Shield, Devon Smith, Adam Tomlinson, Jacob Townsend, Dom Tyson, Callum Ward, Nathan Wilson, Luke Power, Tom Scully, Dean Brogan, Adam Trelaw, Sean Edwards, Anthony Miles, Taylor Adams, Josh Bruce, Sam Reed, Satanta O'Halpin, Liam Sumner, Andrew Phillips, Matthew Buntine, Sam Darley, Nick Haynes, Jonathan Patton, Sam Schulz, Mark Wiley, Steve Clifton, Kurt Aylett, Sam Frost, Gerald Ugle, Tim Golds, Reese Kuyu, Stephen Gillum, Lockie Plowman, Lockie Whitfield, Brett Thornton, Zach Williams, Aidan Core, Jonathan O'Rourke, Tom Downey, Chris Jackich, James Stewart, Dylan Addison, Josh Hunt, Shane Mumford, Heath Shaw, Josh Kelly, Jed Lamb, Tom Boyd, Rory Lobb, Cam McCarthy, Ryan Griffin, Joel Patfull, Caleb Marchbank, Jack Steele, Jake Barrett, Steve Johnson, Jacob Hopper, Matthew Kennedy, Harrison Himmelberg, Tendai Mzungu, Tim Taranto, Daniel Lloyd, Matt DeBoer, Harry Perryman, Jeremy Finlayson, Will Setterfield, Dawson Simpson, Brett Deledio, Zach Langdon, Nick Shipley, Dylan Buckley, Lachlan Keefe, Isaac Cumming, Sam Taylor, Brent Daniels, Aidan Boner, Tom Sheridan, Jackson Haitley, Jake Stein, Bobby Hill, Connor Iden, Jai Caldwell, Zach Sproul, Tom Green, Sam Jacobs, Lachlan Ash, Xavier O'Halloran, Tom Hutchison, Jake Riccardi, Jack Buckley, Tanner Bruin, Matt Flynn, Connor Stone, Jesse Hogan, Kieran Briggs, Callum Brown, James Peatling, Jared Brander, Braden Pruce, Finn Callahan, Cooper Hamilton, Jacob Ware, Ryan Angwin, Lee Gallier, Harry Rouston, Aaron Cadman, Toby Bedford, Cameron Fleeton, Josh Fahey, Toby McMullen, Harvey Thomas, Darcy Jones, Max Gruzelski, and Joe Ford. What's happened? Gus. Skibbity Skipper, I'm in a random hotel in Gosford, haha. Tomorrow in Sydney. Oh, nice, Sammy. Gus, who do you think? Izzy Folau is my mate's cousin. It's true. Michael Tinkler. Shashin. That's GWS down. Now we have Hawthorn. Hawthorn is going to be a bit shorter because they started 1920s. Alright. Okay. Let's get this done. Well, I'm gonna have something to eat first. Alright. Paddy Burke, Dave Illiman, Fred Fidge, Jack Gill, Gil Hendry, Jim Jackson, Jim McCashney, Stan McKenzie, Cyril Knott, Bert Officer, Arthur Pearson, Jack Pickford, Bob Sellers, Clem Splatt, Ern Utting, Reg Whitehead, Les Woodford, Heck Yeomans, Les Carbarnes, Ward Williams, Bert Caldwell, Pat Keary, Clary Leithland, Fred Brown, Sid James, Mick Ennis, Jack Price, Roy Donovan, George Bolt, Lou Gow, Bert McComb, Bert Hyde, Pat Kennedy, Martin Larkin, Jack Jobson, Frank Maple, Dan Minogue, Frank Murphy, Ted Paul, Stuart Stewart, Lindsay Beck, Tom Everest, Jack Francis, Dick Logan, Charlie Whiteley, Jack Drake, Frank Donnellan, Bill Henry, Phil Sullivan, Bill Brown, Ori Woolen, Ivan Corey, Bernie Trafford, Leo McCulloch, Alec Crozier, Albie Millard, George Arnott, Fred Barker, Jim Sinclair, Harry Townley, Charlie Shearer, Norm Wells, Jack Boothman, Bob Hammond, Clary Lonsdale, Reg Naylor, Addis Priestley, Frank Thomas, Ron Black, George Graham, Pat Murphy, Jack Sharpley, Len Maxwell, Phil Manning, Godfrey McRae, Clary Ainsworth, Tom Barwick, Bill Brown, Ralph Goulet, Frank McGrath, Bert Sutton, Rolly Tasker, Fred Lester, Willie Wolfe, Rob Brady, Merv Yelland, Roland Fairley, Sid Hayhow, Les Hewson, Archie Leach, Harry Moore, Stan Petrie, Alan Chandler, Wally Lathlan, Dermot O'Brien, Fred West, Dave Withers, Bert Ashby, Gilbert Chandler, Arthur Bryce, Bill Kerry, Albert Chadwick, Bill Hudd, Maury Mahoney, Matt Wilkins, Len Yem, Frank Horn, John O'Halloran, Les Jones, Donald Mills, Jack Ryan, Lyle Williams, George Cathy, Les Mead, Frank Whitty, Jim Francis, Richard Williams, Arthur Watson. Alright. George Bennett, John Harris, Benny Lund, Mills, Len Mills, Ernie Shield, Arthur Mills, Jim Veach, Mark Daffy, Reg Mullivan, Wally Ware, Jack Flanagan, Fred Hansen, Reg Davis, Artie Frecker, Leo Murphy, Keith Sharpley, Phil Brooks, Ted Garside, Jack O'Brien, Stan Fisher, Frank Stewart, Norm Collins, Alex Stewart, Irvin Williams, Roop Dodd, Ern Aitchison, Bert Chandler, Dick Chandler, Cliff Colling, Stan Spinks, Harvey Johnson, Frank Luckins, Alec Morgan, Bob Murdoch, Alan Story, Hilton Buckney, Keith Fleming, Joe Meehan, Dan Maloney. How much is my... I'll bring the mic back out now. Put the mic back on again, so you can hear my beautiful voice a bit better. You can now hear my beautiful voice a bit better. Okay, where were we? I'll go Alan Story, Hilton Buckney, Keith Fleming. Here we go. Sorry, I had to check. Keith Fleming, Joe Meehan, Dan Maloney, Lachlan Cameron, Alan Quartermain, Stuart Russell, Sid Francis, Bob Williams, Frank Aked Sr., Bert Kerry, Jeff Farrelly, Alex Lee, Ernie Lovelace, Roy Rodder, Jack Zander, Bruce Sharp, Bill Twomey Sr., Tom Mercer, Steve Bravo, Lawrence Cordner, Leo Clements, Charlie McGillivray, Fred Sayer, George Dower, Norm Hillard, Jack White, Neil Allison, Mal Drury, Bill Ford, Jack Green, Wal Ramari, Wally Williamson, Fred DeAble, Ivan McAlpine, Alan Fuller, Brian Geary, Frank Nolan, Harold Turner, Jerry McAuliffe, Stan Ogden, Viv Randall, Dick Abicare, Ken Onley, Merv Wickham, Jerry Hickey, Mac Smethurst, Alf Hurley, Carl Rode, Ralph Duff, Alf Giblett, Vin Smith, Tom Byrne, Ted Williams, Harold Maskell, and here go the fireworks. Alf Hurley, Carl Rode. Sorry, I'll continue. Ted Williams, Harold Maskell, Jack Aitchison, Tom Green, Albie DeLuca, Bill Ripper, Jack Mitchell, Frank Asling, Jack Stenhouse, Eddie Shea, Jack Clements, Alf Neeson, Alec Albiston, Harold Albiston, Jim Oakes, Bill Seedsman, Max McQueen, Len Walsh, Jack Barker, Alf Clay, Bill Pavey, Bill Deeg, Frank Sambleby, Max Wheeler, Gordon Waters, Ralph Taylor, Charlie Pierce, Ken Felshire, Gilbert Cartwright, Albie Naismith, Will Taylor, George Carter, Andy Angwin, Bill Moore, Morton Wright, Bill Robinson, Alan Hurd Sr., Jim Bohan, Ron Paternoster, Johnny Hall, Joe Lyons, George Barker, Jack Burke, Arthur Davidson, Len Thomas, Jack Blackman, Howard Day, Les Pabst, Tom Sutherland, Frank Booth, Charlie Vanderbist, Tom Wellington, Gus Young, Harry Jacobs, Tom Davey, Russell Elliott. Russ Elliott, Reg Bell, Dudley Bragg, Jack McCarmody, Vin Doherty, Bruce Hone, Wally Colpert, Max Carmichael, Kevin Curran, Ern Elder, Roy Long, Cole Austin, Brendan Brady, Reg Farrant, Alan Borelli, Wally Bristow, Laurie Peters, Bert Graham, Kevin Landrigan, Dick Perry, Jack King, Phil Ryan, Kevin Peary, Jack Brain, Frank Cutter, Ken Dyer, Bob Herbert, Albie Hodges, Fred Jones,
Frank Parker, Albert Pryor, Norm Alvin, Cecil Austin, Ron Harris, Laurie Taylor, Jim White, Barney Jorgensen, Bob Austin, Terry Boyle, Reg Hawkins, Jim Logan, Leo Connors, Tom Rowe, Norm Goss Sr., Harold Daly, Harold Zucker, Tommy Lahiff, Jack Matheson, Peter O'Donoghue, Frank Curran, Alex Nash, Norm Fletcher, Jack O'Keefe, Don Wilkes, George Withers, Arthur Clements, Alan Saker, Stuart Hamilton, Burt Rogers, Gordon Goldsmith, Ken Slater, Lou Salvis, Tom Campbell, Alan Jensen, Ron Alsop, Malcolm Worrell, Andy Brannon, Harry Dwayne, Reg Barnes, Ted Fletcher, Vic Atkinson, Bob Harland, Ken Bodger, Jim Maguire, Alvin Whittle, Bert Amy, Ken Lapiat, Roy Baldwin, Tom Spear, Jack McLeod, Neil Pearson, Keith Shea, Jeff Barwick, Bob Furler, Ray Whelan, Don McVilly, Jack Cleary, Jack Taylor, Jack Shea, Noel Hickey, Phil O'Donoghue, Ted Collis, Bill Dulkin, Tom Ferguson, Ken Monroe, Wally Spencer, Don Bovace, Bob Neat, Keith Malloy, Len Andrews, Ken Mace, Jeff Cartledge, Lionel Johnston, Tom Colwell, Kevin Heavey, John Robertson, Len Wolfe, Jack Hester, Ken Hopper, Cash Fitzgerald, Fred Barnes, Clary Swenson, Jack Fisher, Gordon Anderson, Jim Morgan, Alan Nepveux, Ralph Shallis, Mel Williams, George Edwards, Bob Milgate, Clive Philp, Ron Boys, Jack Ma, Bob Fisher, Leo Bohan, Lou Evans, Vic McKinnon, Fred Wayne, Alan Baldwin, Norm Black, Frank Prouse, Brian Lambert, Joe Churchman, Tom Alsop, Lance Wilkinson, Jim Rattray, Michael Fitchett, Barry Griffiths, John Kennedy Sr., Peter Scott, Gordon Bowman, Peter Hancock, Herb Turner, Ron Evans, Ray Gibb, Jim Don, Bill Norman, Brian Leary, Ken Newton, Roy Simmons, Jack Hardigan, Pat Cash Sr., Jack McDonald, Len Crane, John O'Mahony, Peter Charlson, Ian Mathers, Dave Morgan, Phil O'Brien, Lindsay Turnbull, Jack Douglas, Bernard Considine, Peter Canis, Mac Atkins, Bill Collins, Jack McGreevy, Noel Webster, Maury Considine, Kevin Bond, Alf Chone, Kevin Colin, Graham Peck, Ian Egerton, Alf Hughes, Ian McCann, John McCashney, Wally Nash, Keith White, Peter Hughes, Max Jose, Norm McGuinness, Warren Hollyoak, John Peck, Noel Voigt, Alan Woodley, Clayton Thompson, Jeff Howells, Frank Considine, Alan Fanning, Brian Cann, Graham Arthur, Ian Hinks, Ray Yeoman, Rod Horrocks, Brian Boland, Jeff Harris, Don Gent, Alan Jewell, Ron Hoy, Barry Takel, Bill Ellsworth, Leon Toohey, John Cooper, Brendan Edwards, Les Kane, Ian Pearson, Maury Young, George Barton, Don Douglas, George Hancock, Gary Young, Brian Falconer, Kevin Northcott, Brian Waters, Len Carter, Cyril Collard, Terry Ingersoll, Barry Metcalf, Jeff Dupuy, Dave Ritchie, Bill Shelton, Ron Cabell, John Fisher, Colin Yoren, Gary Rasmussen, John Deenan, Ray McVilly, John Elwood, Bill Hay, John MacArthur, Jeff Wilson, Bob Nisbet, Ron Nolder, Brian Coleman, Stead Hay, Graham Cooper, John Robertson, Barry Toy, Khan McPherson, Paul Sullivan, Malcolm Hill, John Winicky, Phil Hay, Kevin Connell, Trevor Randall, Morton Brown, Ian Mort, Bill Cox, Ian Law, Ryan Critchley, Graham Haslam, Bill Joyner, Max McMahon, Charles Abbott, Reg Poole, Jack Cunningham, Wayne Aythorn, Alan Joyce, David Parkin, Rodney Olson, Des Dickin, Robert Porter, Norm Watson, Ken Beck, David Albertston, Ken Woodward, Duncan Harris, Peter Lyon, Kevin Coverdale, Danny Hegarty, Ross Grokett, Graham MacArthur, Phil Garwood, Bob Vague, Mike Butcher, Neil Ferguson, John Dunshea, Don Roach, Percy Cummings, Bob Carroll, John Tickle, Brian Horskins, Wes Smith, Bob Keddy, Peter O'Shea, John Price, Mike Domain, Norm Gorders, Daryl Mayers, Noel Taylor, Bob Willis, Greg Burgess, Phil Wind, Peter Crimmins, John Gardner, Kevin McLean, Des Meager, Michael Porter, Ray Wilson, Terry Gray, Phil Lade, Jeff Stafford, Richard Brown, Bruce Reed, Rodney Robson, Ted Wilson, Jed Johnson, Vin Crow, Ian Bremner, Ray Hawkins, Peter Chilton, Don Scott, Gary Lester, Norm Smith, Peter Ryan, Dennis Jenkins, Jeff Angus, Michael Blood, Dave Lang, Norm Bussell, John Fisher, Jim Smith, Paul Tolson, Rochford Devonish, Mears, Lance Morton, Glenn Murphy, Brian Pleitner, Kevin Heath, Michael Francis, Gene Chiron, Jeff Smith, Ron Stubbs, Bruce Stevenson, Peter Knight, Brian Deutsch, Lee Matthews, Lindsay Tipping, Des Kennedy, Alan Martello, Charlie Grimmish, Les Hawken, Stephen Jolly, Leon Rice, Brian Shinners, John Lewis, Kelvin Moore, Robert Day, Michael Moncrief, Ross Johnson, John Hendry, Kelvin Matthews, Michael Tuck, Andrew Scott, Terry Fitzgerald, Alan Goad, Jerry McCarthy, Michael Zemsky, Wayne Bevan, Peter Welsh, Bowden Jaworski, Len Petch, Jeff Ablett, Bernie Jones, Colin Judd, Russell Donaldson, Ian Scrimshaw, Lou Milner, Kelvin Steele, Robert Wilkinson, Paul Reenmuth, Ron Beatty, Jerry Lynn, Al DeWald, Glenn Harrison, Barry Rawlings, Stuart Trott, David Polkinghorne, Robert DePierdomenico, Shane Murphy, Michael Cook, Peter Murnane, David O'Halloran, Ian Patton, Graham Spark, Peter Bennett, Don Fletcher, Rodney Eade, Richard Walter, Kevin Ablett, Norm Goss Jr., Jeff Murray, Terry Wallace, Michael McCarthy, Warren Lee, Tony King, Nick Wilton, Peter Russo, Mark Scott, Gary Ayres, Steve Emery, Brendan McFall, Terry Moore, John Kennedy Jr., Robert Polkinghorne, Mark Turner, Andy Bennett, Colin Robertson, Russell Green, Chris Mew, Dale Foster, Robert Mace, Peter Schwab, Rick Davis, Paul Considine, Craig Hoyer, Glenn Howard, Kim Kershaw, Scott Wade, Gary Buccanara, Richard Loveridge, Gary Ablett Sr., Michael Byrne, Robert Dutton, Dermot Brereton, Ken Judge, Peter Curran, Russell Shields, Chris Langford, David Flintoff, Grant Fowler, Stephen Allender, Russell Morris, Rod Lester Smith, Paul Abbott, James Bennett, James Morrissey, Shane McGrath, Steve Malaox, I don't know how to say it. You heard me say it. Jason Dunstall, Robert Handley, Greg Deere, John Platten, David Sullivan, Chris Whitman, Roger Illingworth, Ray Jenk, Tom Simons, Andrew Collins, Paul Harding, Darren Pritchard, Anthony Condon, Paul Deere, Robbie Dickinson, Tony Hall, Scott McGuinness, Steve Lawrence, Andy Dimitriou, Andrew Gowers, Dean Anderson, Sean, Ralph Smith, Lawrence Bingham, Matthew Burke, Greg Madigan, Paul Hudson, Paul Cooper, Stephen Rennie, Alex McDonald, Glenn Nugent, Darren Jarman, Matthew Robin, Greg Whittlesey, Michael Johnston, Jason Taylor, Austin McCrabb, Ricky Nixon, Dominic Berry, Philip Merton, Richard Taylor, Darren Baxter, Shane Crawford, Mark Graham, Tim Allen, Mark Bunn, Scott Crow, Simon Crawshay, Paul Bernard, Nick Holland, Raiden Tallis, Tim Hargreaves, Matthew Young, Shane Stevenson, Luke McCabe, Simon Minton Connell, Jonathan Robin, Tony Woods, Shannon Gibson, Randall Bone, Daniel Harford, Daniel Chick, Darren Kapler, Craig Trevelyan, Leon Higgins, Kane Fraser, Brendan Crummell, Paul Salmon, Jade Rawlings, Angelo Lekis, Justin Crawford, John Hassel, Aaron Lord, Brad Scott, Ben Dixon, Todd Ridley, Jonathan Hay, John Barker, Nathan Chapman, Trent Crode, Brad Lloyd, Nathan Thompson, Hayden Kilmartin, Nathan Turvey, Matthew Dennis, Chris Obst, Richie Vandenberg, Chris Barlow, Michael Collicker, Andrew Cox, Brett O'Farrell, Joel Smith, Anthony Rock, Glenn Bowyer, Barry Young, Chance Bateman, Luke McFarlane, Stephen Rode, Lance Picoane, Brent Johnson, Tim Clark, Sean Rain, Stephen Green, Matthew Dent, Nathan Loney, Bill Nichols, Tim Hazel, Michael Osborne, Mark Williams, Simon Cox, Nick Stone, Nick Rees, Robert Campbell, Luke Hodge, Sam Mitchell, Campbell Brown, David Lotes, Peter Everett, Ben Kane, Rick Ladson, Kingsley Hunter, Simon Beaumont, Danny Jacobs, Brad Sewell, Matthew Ball, Luke Brennan, Lance Franklin, Harry Miller, Josh Thurgood, Jordan Lewis, Jared Roughhead, Simon Taylor, Tim Boyle, Bo Nixon, Clinton Young, Zach Dawson, Tom Murphy, Grant Birchall, Brent Guerra, Ben McGlynn, Max Bailey, Bo Dowler, Stephen Gillam, Xavier Ellis, Gary Moss, Mitch Thorpe, Matt Little, Travis Tuck, Stuart Dew, Cyril Rioli, Cameron Stokes, Josh Kennedy, Jared Morton, Brent Renoff, Ryan Showmakers, Matt Suckling, Brendan Whitecross, Bo Muston, Liam Shields, Shane Savage, Riley Milne, Josh Gibson, Ryan Cooper, I don't know, Jared Kayla Thompson, Carl Peterson, Ben Stratton, Sean Burgoyne, Wade Skipper, Cameron Bruce, David Hale, Paul Puopolo, Isaac Smith, Luke Bruce, Kyle Cheney, Jordan Liesel, Paul Johnson, Jared Borman, Jack Gunston, Brock McCauley, Bradley Hill, Jed Anderson, Taylor Duray, Brian Lake, Jonathan Simpkin, Matt Spanger, Sam Grimley, Jonathan Segler, Will Langford, Ben McAvoy, Tim O'Brien, Derek Wanganeen, Angus Lilliland, Mish Hallahan, Billy Hartung, Luke Loden, Ben Ross, Alex Woodward, James Frawley, Jonathan O'Rourke, James Sicily, Daniel Howe, Mark Pitnett, Kieran Lovell, Caden Brand, Cade Stewart, Blake Hardwick, Kurt Heatherly, Ryan Burton, Jack Fitzpatrick, Ricky Henderson, Tom Mitchell, Jager O'Meara, Ty Vickery, Tia Miles, James Cousins, Dallas Willsmore, Connor Glass, Harry Morrison, Jarman Impey, David Mirror, James Warple, Mitchell Lewis, Connor Nash, Jack Scrimshaw, Tom Scully, Daniel Moore, Chad Wingard, Oliver Hanrahan, Changworth Jaff, Sam Frost, Jonathan Patton, Harry Jones, Will Day, Josh Morris, Darren Minchington, Keegan Brooksby, Michael Hartley, Damon Greaves, Finn McGuinness, Tyler Brockman, Connor Downey, Kyle Hardigan, Jacob Kajitsky, Tom Phillips, Emerson Jecker, Ned Reeves, Jai Newcomb, Lachlan Bramble, Denver Granger Barras, Max Lynch, Connor McDonald, Josh Ward, Jackson Callow, Sam Butler, James Blank, Jai Sarong, Ned Long, Jack Saunders, Carl Amon, Fergus Green, Cameron McKenzie, Lloyd Meek, Seamus Mitchell, Max Ramsden, Josh Weddle, Bailey McDonald, Brandon Ryan, Henry Huswaite, Marbio Chol, Massimo D'Ambrosio, Jack Ginnivan, Nick Wanson, Cal Shadir, Ethan Phillips. That is Hawthorn done. North Melbourne. No, Melbourne first, then North Melbourne. How many players? Doesn't say. Doesn't say. It doesn't matter. It's not that long. How many? I want to see how many players they've had in the history. I want to see how many players they've had so I know how to keep track. This may waste a bit of time, but I think it's worth it. I could just go like this, couldn't I? Oh god, that's a lot. Okay, here we go. Fred Blackham, Herbert Fry, Charlie Godding, Edwin Jecken, George Johnstone, Jack Leith, Austin Lewis, Bill McCulloch, Fred McGuinness, Norm McLeod, Henry Mitchell, George Moody, George Moisey, Bert Robinson, Fred Sheehan, Wally Steele, Ned Sutton, Bert Watson, Alf Wood, Charlie Young, Maury Herring, Dave Strahan, Jim McCoy, Arthur Kirk, Lou Massey, John Timothy, Jack Graham, Alf Healing, Dick Wardill, Tom Crawford, Jack Godby, Alex Murdoch, Stuart Geddes, Walter Lyon, Jimmy Russell, Eddie Scholl, Harry Hughes, Gerald Sheehan, Eddie Byers, Tom Davey, Dennis Lanigan, Les McPherson, Bob Moore, Richard Peary, Bobby Royal, Percy Howard, Frank Staines, Jimmy Atkin, Pat Scanlon, John Colin, William McLennan, Les Rippon, Jack Davidson, Henry Hagenauer, Dick Robertson, Art Atkinson, Harold Rippon, Bill Atkinson, Vic Cumberland, Norm Rippon, Fred Elliott, Charlie Illingworth, Dan Moriarty, Tommy Ryan, Arthur Soden, Laurie Paul, Curtis Reed, Cease Cumberland, Joe Finlay, Leo Rankin, Arthur Sinclair. Ernie Adams, Bill Bow, Corey Gardner, Frank Langley, Brian McGuigan, Frank Purse, Harry Parkin, Harry Graham, Eric Gardner, Harold Hay, Seed Hay, Harold Riggle, Jim McLean, Graham Holclow, Billy Shaw, Ed Garlick, Lindsay Anderson, Laurie Oglivie, Alf Trednick, Harry Borley, Vin Cotti, Harold DeGrucci, Jack Strong, Bert Reg, George Cathy, Ern Hocking, Leslie Rainey, Arthur Britt, Bob Pouflet, Horry Drain, Sid Anderson, Jim Byrne, Bobby Craig, Sid Dalrymple, Harry Cordner, Jack Gardner, Harry Henderson, Paddy Mills, Ernie Tout, Billy Bremner, Albert Gourlay, Artie Spearin, Albie Pilcher, Jimmy Byrne, Tom Jackson, Don McKellar, Fred Watson, Jim Conquest. I'm going to finish Melbourne, and then I think I'm going to stop it. I might come back and finish it another day, because I might have to go, because it's my mum's birthday in a couple hours. I might go spend time or go get ready for that, and I might hop on Blazer's stream for a bit. So we're actually going to stop Melbourne right here. We're not going to do Melbourne tonight, alright? We aren't going to do Melbourne tonight, but I promise we will finish this list. Okay? I promise you I'm going to finish this list, but I just can't right now. I need to rest my voice a bit as well. My voice is getting a bit bad, but I definitely will finish it for you guys, alright? I will see you later. I'll see you guys later. Alright? I'll give you some time for us to leave, and then I'll give you some time to chat now that stream's ended, but have a good night, guys, and have a happy new year. I'll give you some time. Alright.